Hello, everybody, and welcome to deMars Radio, episode 11. Yes, we have breached the 10 episode mark, guys. I'm absolutely delighted to be here once again to connect with you all. So we're doing this twice a week, and we're going to be playing some local Irish music for you, as always, to open up the show. And then we've got some fantastic musical guests as well that'll join me. We're going to have some casual conversations. We're going to have some live performances. And we're going to get to know musicians that are based in Ireland. Some are based in Ireland. Today we've actually got Elga Fox, who is a Dublin-based singer-songwriter. We've got Paddy Mór, who is a Galway-based folk singer. We've got Gyro Baby singer Mark McGee, who is who is the lead singer of a rock band from Glasgow. So we're getting somebody from Glasgow today. And then we've got I'm Your Dirty Sacred duo. They're an electronic trance duo. And both of them are originally from Poland. So I'm really excited to get a little bit of diversity on the show, as always. Thanks for tuning in, guys. Paul Archibald, what's the story? Dave Duggan, bonjour. No, what's up, man? Anna Kozak, thank you for tuning in, guys. This is the new time, the Wednesday time. We're going to test it out, see how it works. Obviously, I wanted to try and move it a little bit later because, people are working and, they're beginning to get back to work, right? So I'm not too sure. I would ideally like to probably start it at 6 o'clock. So I might move that till 6 next week. Keith is not producing today, unfortunately. No, we're going to try it again on Saturday. But unfortunately, Dave, the sound quality on the microphone is significantly reduced when it's when my mic is taken from Zoom. So it's unfortunately just not worth it. But we're going to try and find a workaround for that. So yeah, it's all these little crazy technical things. Always good to try them out. But no matter what program we're going to use, there is going to be a sacrifice in audio. So, I can't sacrifice this lovely chocolatey sound that you guys are hearing now, right? So yeah, we've got some great music for you today. I'm going to open up with a amazing musician who started out in the 70s. He was the keyboard player for Sidewinder, a Dublin rock band. And he wrote most of their songs. And after 40 years of a career outside of music, he recently returned. And he calls it's 1970s singer-songwriter music, which is very, very interesting stuff. He received chart success when his single Christmas Eve in Dublin claimed to #1 in the Irish iTunes singer-songwriter charts back in 2017. He released 4 albums since 2017 as well, and released a single recently called Go With You. So I'm going to play that song for you guys. It's Tommy Keys.
Meet me on the corner at 7:45. We're going to the movie, so don't be late. Top of the queue, a seat made for two. I really want to go with you. Film is a thriller, so you hold me tight. I could take advantage, but it wouldn't be right. A cuddle or two, some kisses will do. I really want to go with you. When the show is over, we go and get ourselves a pizza. I get tomato sauce all over my jeans. The best thing that ever happened to me was to meet ya. I guess I'm in love, but I don't know what that means. Somebody knows when they're in love. Climb upon the pillion of my motorbike. Wrap your arms around me and hold on tight. I'll be the pilot, you'll be the crew. I really want to go with you. On Saturday night, there's a dance in the school. My friends are so jealous, they're acting the fool. It's all they can do, but I know that it's true. They really want to go with you. The singer has a suit and a big guitar. He's giving you the eye, but he won't get far. Cool he may be, but he's soon gonna see. You really want to go with me. The night is young, but I know just what you're thinking. You feel like a Norwich, so I get a bottle for two. There's only one seat, so you sit on my lap to drink it. But you put your coat between us like the nuns told you to do.
You always do what the man said to.
Well, the dance is over and it's time to go. You put your arm in mine, we take the long way home. A boy's gotta do what a boy's gotta do. I really want to go with you. We get to your house at 3:45. It's how your father stood at the door. I'll see you again tomorrow at 10. I really want to go, really want to go, really want to go with you.
Awesome. Tommy Keys with Go With You. And that's his recent single released on May 15th, so only a couple of days ago. Yeah, welcome Joe Fitzgerald. Rebecca, surprise day off equals delightful chill buzz non-alcoholic. Yeah, there you go. Surprise day off. I'm happy for you. You get to rest a little bit on this wonderful sunny day. Dave Duggan, what are you talking about? No idea what you're saying. No, I'm only messing, man. Yeah, that's it, brother. All good, all good. Yeah, we got Brew's Hump Day at 6 o'clock. So, yeah, best of luck to Brew and his show. We are clashing, unfortunately, today, but what can we do? This is the way of the world. So, Tommy Keys, guys, hope you like that little introduction to the show. Nice and chill. Yeah, definitely great for a bit of non-alcoholic gin. Or alcoholic gin, if you can. If you can do that, that would be amazing. So, yeah, my next artists are called Arcadian Shadows, and they're a 5-piece indie punk band from Dublin. Their debut EP, Between the Lines, was released on the 5th of June last year, and they received some amazing reviews from many notable radio stations in Ireland, and they've been playing a lot of rock bars in Dublin regularly last year to promote that EP. And unfortunately, of course, all of that promotion has had to stop. But yeah, they're a great band. It's been difficult to choose which song I wanted to play from their EP, but I went with Rat in a Maze. So check this out, Arcadian Shadows.
It's a natural institute. I need some love with no clear substitute. I need some love, or I'm gonna have to prostitute myself to you. It's a lonely road, and it only grows darker. Be it on your own or with a like-minded partner, and there's no way home, 'cause this is a life that's designed for you. You can take all the smiles and the memories from all of life's formalities. You can take all the feelings that come with your pain, market it too, and send to your brain. Happily clueless, cluelessly insane. I know what to the difference. I'm feeling like a rat in a maze. I'm feeling like a rat in a maze. I'm feeling like a rat in a maze.
the soulless grave your world has made for me, with every slave drowning in the shadow of their neighbor's gold. An eternal dream with the endless promotion of the worker bee, a perpetual notion that will never cease, stealing you away from spiritual wealth. You can work to the bone until you get your crown, run your fellow man into the ground. You can waste away on the gravy train until all that support passes away. Saving for tomorrow, work for today. It's all a bit above me. I'm feeling like a rat in a maze. I'm feeling like a rat in a maze. I'm feeling like a rat in a maze. To make me feel stronger and guide the way for my life to conquer. But I hate the taste of the spoon-fed God I spit out all the time. It's a burning creed that consumes all the energy your soul will need to arrive at its Eden and inner peace, taking you away from the quest for love. You can chat till the golden calf comes home, or take more time for your mind to grow. Whatever gives you solace or a source for blame, but we're all getting lost on the same page, reaching for the heavens, dying on the way, singing like soldiers forever at a day in a maze. Forever and a day in a maze. Forever and a day in a maze. Forever in a maze.
Arcadian Shadows with Rat in a Maze, guys. Yeah, very, very fitting for the times we are in. So tell me, who else feels like a rat in a maze right now? Tell me. I'm sure everybody does, to an extent. I know that the quarantine has lifted a little bit more, so I wonder, do we feel a little better with that? I feel like I haven't been in outdoors for so long. I've been working so hard to get this radio show going, and I'm really, really enjoying it. And I've been receiving some fantastic feedback from all of you. So thank you so much for everybody tuning in and giving me a bit of feedback as well. It's awesome. I'm really enjoying it. I'm loving all the music, all the musicians I'm meeting, all the guests are wonderful. So yeah, just having a great time. So it's absolutely sweltering outside, and I couldn't give a shite. You know, I'm happy to be here. I might need to take some vitamin D maybe and get a bit of sun on this pale skin eventually. But sure, it's all good. That's not important right now, guys. So I've got two more, I think it's three more artists I'm going to play for you. Fantastic artists. So yeah, that was a great song, by the way, Arcadian Shadows. And this next artist is a singer-songwriter from Ireland whose songs have charted in the EU and the US. Her name is Micah, and she has been writing songs for various bands and worked as a vocalist on 2 Eurovision Song Contest entries. She had some notable success in Ireland and in New York, where she bounces between both places for gigs, which is awesome. And that's actually really, really fascinating stuff. I'd love to learn a bit more about how that all works, because I guess it's many artists' dreams. Well, it's definitely one of my things I would love to do, is travel with music. So it'd be really amazing to hear more about that. She performs original music and covers at weddings and various other performances. She tours all over Ireland with a band called Route 66 Big Band, and she plays at national theatres, which is awesome. So I'm going to play her recent single. Actually, it has not come out yet, I believe. So yeah, this is an exclusive, which is really awesome. So her single will be released soon, right? When are you releasing? 28th of May. So you're going to release it in 8 days. So best of luck with the release, Micah. I'm going to play for the guys a sneak preview for deMars Radio, your song Hello.
Drew me to your flame with the sheets that smell like you. How can I break the spell and leave this living hell? Just a magic word from you. All I wanna hear you say hello, hello, hello. All I wanna hear you say hello, hello, hello. All I wanna hear you say hello, 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 hello. Baby, give me relief. A word is all I need. Just a magic word from you. Baby, give me relief. A word is all I need. Just a magic word from you. Oh no, no, no. Can I cool down? Can I find a way to the fires that burn inside? Give me relief. Your voice is all I need. I feel as frail as a butterfly. There's a place in my mind like the one that's in my heart. I need more time to heal. Would you stay all alone, or will we just go on? What can I do to make you feel? All I wanna hear you say hello, hello, hello. All I wanna hear you say hello, hello, hello. All I wanna hear you say hello, 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 hello. Baby, give me relief. A word is all I need. Just a magic word from you. Baby, give me relief. A word is all I need. Just a magic word from you.
Awesome, great tune. And that's Hello by Micah. Micah, well done, great tune. So Micah's in the chat. Welcome to the chat, Micah. Thanks for tuning in. Can't go anywhere now. Yeah, I mean, yeah, of course. Yeah, fair play. It's hard to do music videos, of course, now at this stage. since you can't leave the house or anything like that. But no, awesome. Yeah, you're right. Well done to Mick Lee for putting that together for you. And I'm looking forward to adding it to the deMars playlist on Spotify as well. So I'm looking forward to your release. Best of luck with everything. Yeah, Eurovision 2021. Why not? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, let's do it. The Mrs. Anna Kozak tune, she enjoyed that. Yeah, definitely a tune we can add to our Feel Like a Boss playlist as well, which is also our workout playlist. So it's definitely one of those tunes that would fit into that. So awesome, yeah, great stuff. Eddie Nil, welcome to the show. Welcome, guys. Thanks for tuning in. Yeah, it's good crack beside the jet lag. Yeah, I'd say so. Yeah. We flew to California there during Christmas, and the way over was okay, but the way back was just horrible, absolutely horrible. So I couldn't, I could probably just do that twice a year, to be honest with you, unless I had some really strong sleeping pills or something. But yeah, that's a great tune. Thank you so much. So the next band I'm gonna play is they're called Fires, and they were formed in 2017 by Michael and Alexi. You might know Alexi from Exo Promotions. I think Dave, you for sure know him. Great guy, amazing musician, and he spent 3 years writing songs together for this project. And their style is an electric mix of punk and catchy hooks. And they released 2 singles this year: Forgotten Sons and most recently Dream, which I'm going to play for you now, guys. Hopefully. Here we go. right, that was Fires with their recent single Dream. Yeah, what a tune. What an awesome, awesome tune. And they've got one more there on Spotify. So I do recommend you check those guys out. They're absolutely awesome. Yeah, so the next act, I've got one more act. Look at me saying act. Yeah. See, I usually present live in a venue, and you should be like, our next act is... And yeah, sometimes the brain forgets the situation one is in, isn't it? After doing it so many times. So our next and final song is by the Backroad Smokers Club. And they're a 5-piece funk rock band from Waterford. And they're pretty cool. They're pretty funky. It's definitely my kind of jam as a drummer. I'm definitely enjoying it. It's quite groovy stuff. And the way they describe themselves, I think, is fantastically hilarious. They say that they're likened to be somewhere between James Brown after a stamp of acid and Steely Dan's nephew. So I kind of like that mix. That's definitely right down my alley. And I just learned today that they're all teachers, actually. So Freddie's a yoga instructor, Shez is a kite surfing instructor, and works in a bakery. And the other 3 are music teachers, so they're all teaching out there in the world, which is brilliant. So yeah, let's very random fact. I know it's a very random thing to say about a band, so I thought I'd mention that. But yeah, this is let's see, what am I going to play? I'm going to play, yeah, this is their recent song actually, called "Music Is a Movement," and it's really cool. Hope you guys enjoy.
The very first rhythm on earth ever made were fans of the hands banging on rocks and caves. Melodic evolution down through the ages, from the ear to the page to the songs of the sages. Music is a movement, keep moving. Music is a movement, keep moving. Music is a movement, keep moving. Music is a movement, so keep on moving. Music is an art used to articulate, capturing a feeling of a time and a place. Music has the power to bring people together, no matter what their differences in any kind of weather. Music is a movement, keep moving. Music is a movement, keep moving. Music is a movement, keep moving.
yeah, Music is a Movement by the Backroad Smokers Club, guys. What an awesome tune. That was fantastic. I really enjoyed that. It's definitely my kind of groove, especially as a drummer, for sure, guys. So yeah, let me know if you enjoyed that. Send some love into the chat if there's something that you've enjoyed, for sure. And yeah, just want to welcome you all once again, anybody that did tune in just now, because we're on the 5 platforms. We're on Facebook, so which I'm mostly in touch with Facebook because I have my phone right here, but I am switching between tabs. So I do see the chat now. Finally, I figured it out, of all of the other platforms that we're on. So we're on Twitch, and we're on Mixcloud, and we're on Mixer, and we're on YouTube as well. So hello YouTube, and hello everybody else on all the other social platforms. It's amazing the way we can do this, stream on loads of different platforms at once. It's pretty cool. Just want to let you know, yeah, that YouTube is quite good at staying strong with signal. So if you are on Facebook, I would recommend as well, yeah, do try YouTube or any of the other platforms. There are links on the deMars Entertainment Facebook page that will lead you off Facebook, ironically, but it'll take you to a more stable platform. Twitch is quite good. is probably the second most active one we have, so YouTube's kind of the nicest, I would recommend. But yeah, no offense, Facebook. They're going to kick me off now. But yeah, that concludes the playlist section anyway of deMars Radio. So I hope you enjoyed our picks this week, our 5 songs this week, guys. As much as I did, I thought they were fantastic. I really enjoyed listening to them for the second or third or fourth time for some of them. So yeah, and if you want more details about any of the songs, the details are in the event page on Facebook, so you have to go back to Facebook if you're on YouTube to get more details. So we're gonna work around that anyway. But Micah, Rebecca, it's class, love the vibe, it's great. Yeah, oh yeah, so Rebecca actually recommended these guys to me, so thank you, Rebecca, for recommending. It's a great recommendation. I'm really looking forward to seeing those guys live. That's definitely something that I want. Although at this stage, I'd probably see anything live, right? As long as I'm in a room full of people and there's music blasting out of speakers, I'd probably listen to almost anything. But yeah, let me know as well in the chat, like what is a band that you'd love to see live right now? I mean, it would be great if they were a local Irish band, but anything of any scale, any sort of worldwide band. Which band would you love to see live right now? I'd love to know. While I introduce my first guest today. So please welcome Elga Fox is going to join me today. She is a singer-songwriter based in Dublin. She was born in Leitrim, and yeah, she moved to Dublin, and she's been a regular on the singer-songwriter circuit now for quite a bit, and she played a lot of festivals. So Canalaphonic, I believe, is one of them. Battle for the Bray, Five Lamps Arts Festival, and Culture Night in 2019, so just last year at the airport. So awesome. So a couple of festivals, and she's also into acting, and she was actually into acting and singing before she became a singer-songwriter. So singer-songwriter is kind of a recent thing for her. But she released her new single, which was just last year, at the end of last year, called Dynamite. It's an absolutely awesome single, and she had a video as well to go along with that. And I did play that on one of the shows. It was like 2 weeks ago we played it, so some of you might be familiar already with Elga, of course. She has performed at the Crystal Skull Sessions many a time as well. So hi Rob, how's it going, brother? Thanks for tuning in. Please welcome Elga Fox to the show. Yes, give you a round of applause, guys. I want to hear those round of applause. I want them to be so loud I can hear them so far away. Go on, Elga. There we go. Let's see if she can see me.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. How are you keeping?
Brilliant. Did you see me just sitting there talking to my cat for a while?
We were here for about 10 minutes just watching you talk to your cat. It was beautiful.
He's actually here now.
We literally logged in. We're here literally 5 seconds, so don't worry.
He's here, but I don't know how long he'll sit there.
What's his name?
Ginger.
Ginger. Very
he's 13
fitting.
years old. Well, yeah,
That's
he's
amazing.
gone now. That's all you'll see of him.
That's a guy. Yeah, bless him, Jesus. Yeah, so he's 13 years old.
Yeah, he's ancient.
Wow.
He's my little cat child, little granddad cat child.
That's adorable. And you had another one as well, and was it a boy or a girl?
I did. I had a boy. It was actually his son, and
Oh,
he
amazing.
unfortunately passed away there in November.
Oh, that's
So
so sad. How
yeah,
how did the son die before the father? Like, what happened?
yeah. Well, he'd lost his eye when he was a kitten, and then he lost his
Mm.
tail a couple of years later, and then he developed like lungworm and asthma at the
Oh,
same
wow.
time. So his lungs were really bad. So he struggled with his health. But then the last 2 years he was all right. But he always kind of he had these underlying health conditions. So
Such a shame. That's
um,
so sad. Like I heard somewhere like because our dog, my mom's dog is she's about 12 now, I think. So she's getting quite old, you
wow,
know. So
that's
she's
quite old for a dog. Yeah.
yeah, so she's like blind in her left eye a little bit and things like that. But when I heard somewhere, I don't know if this is true, this might be all just crap, but the animals generally, when they start deteriorating with age, you know, that they naturally just kind of go into hyper deterioration, like they just start to die fast. Now, I don't know if it's true, but I'm sad for my dog, like, you know.
Yeah, and also like the way my cat behaved in his final days, it's like he
Mm,
knew his death was coming, and I think
yeah,
animals instinctively know, and he went and just hid away so I couldn't
yeah,
find him. And there's a little area under my sink that they can get in under, and once they
yeah.
get in there, I can't get them out. I really should box it off, but
Should
he never
close that
used to
up,
go in
yeah.
there. He went in there. It's just like because in the wild, if they're very very sick, they need to hide so they can protect themselves from predators.
Okay, yeah, yeah.
But also, it's like they know their time is coming near. It's a really bad sign. So
Ah,
but
Jesus
yeah.
bless. That's why it's funny how we opened up with the cat conversation because
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, I was trying to get him to sit nicely like there, but you know, cats, they just do their
you
own
can't
thing.
you can't control a cat. No, definitely not. Definitely not.
No, and
Amazing.
I was using this bag of nuts as a pretend bag of snacks, but he's too smart. He knows
Nah,
there's
you
no.
you can't fool a cat. Like you can't fool a
No, he's
cat.
looking at me going,
Tell me,
yeah,
Elga, because we could talk about cats and animals for ages.
he could actually,
We
yeah. I'd
have
say we could talk
probably.
about anything for hours.
So tell me, how has like the last bit of quarantine been for you with regard to like creativity? Actually, I'd be really because that's something I haven't asked you yet. Like, how is the songwriting going for you in these times?
Well, I haven't like been writing a huge volume of songs, but I
Mm.
have been making YouTube videos. So I've kind of put out a few videos up on YouTube of just some songs that I'd already written. I
Mm-hmm.
finished one song and I'm finishing another song. But yeah, I suppose I've had more time to reflect about that
Mm.
and practice. I'm practicing more than maybe
Cool.
writing
That's great.
and
That's great. Yeah.
listening to music and that. Yeah, I know. I've been using the space that we all have now. This extra, like, well, some people they are actually busier, but for me, I've been a
Mm.
lot quieter. So it's nice having the space just to really figure out what the next direction is.
It's awesome. Yeah. I mean, because everybody's treating it differently, the situation. And I was like that at the start, you know, for the first month or something. I was doing TikTok videos. You might have seen them on, you know, I was putting
I
them
did.
up on
I joined
Instagram
it
and
as well.
stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah. So I was
I
doing
saw
like
your
different
video.
stuff. Yeah. I was just like, I don't feel like I haven't played the drums. You know, God bless my Bowie band, you know, for how I'm gonna sound like once I come out of this. But I haven't touched my drums, you know. And my friend like Rob, the guitarist, he plays a lot. He's very good. Like he's quite committed to his guitar. He's playing a lot, and
Yeah,
I'm not able to pick up the drums or practice pad. But I fell into this kind of so it's and there was a bit of space, you know. So I understand where you're coming from. You know what I mean? There's no necessity to have to, you know, do anything, right? There's no
yeah.
pressure.
Exactly, and there is that stress in the air for everyone, and everyone's going to feel it differently. But
Hmm.
I joined TikTok as well, and it was such a lovely distraction, just a
Hmm.
little bit of light entertainment, a little bit of fun. If you want to be creative yourself, you can be. But I actually go on TikTok every day, just looking at everyone else's little videos all
Hmm.
around the world, and just people. Some of them aren't even like comedy or entertainment; they just sort of talk about psychology or whatever. That the algorithm knows that's what I want to
Yeah,
stuff
yeah.
about like psychology or whatever.
Do you
It's
think,
come up.
would you like to become TikTok famous? Is that something that you'd be
Um,
up for?
I don't know. No, I don't know. Well, I mean, I wouldn't mind it, but no, I wouldn't be. I don't have that ambition right now. I quite
Yeah,
enjoy watching other people,
yeah,
you
yeah, yeah,
know, like just people who aren't involved in the entertainment industry who are creating these amazing little videos. Because I wouldn't be that savvy at
yeah,
doing
yeah.
editing or anything like that. So when I see people like doing it, I'm like, wow, that's amazing, really, really clever,
It's
you
a
know?
lot of work put into those videos, yeah,
Yeah, and
surprisingly.
they're brilliant
Yeah.
talent like that's around. It's lovely to see that.
it's a different form of video as well, isn't it? Like there's a different format to the way people are doing it, and it's like because we're obviously used to Facebook, we're used to we're used to MySpace, right, and Bebo, like
Old
that's
school.
we're into the old school stuff. So we've been through so many social network. High Five, did you ever use High Five?
No.
This is embarrassing for me.
MySpace.
Yeah, so it's like the precursor to MySpace even. So it's like we've been on this crazy, like, you know, social networking journey, and then we've kind of come to where we are now. But it's all about like the sort of reach, right? Because it's kind of like, you know, it's like as an artist, you're kind of trying to find that reach to kind of get as many people as you can to listen to your music, right? I mean, that's every artist is trying to do that, I guess, to an
Yeah.
extent. How are you finding that, like, let's say just overall as a musician, like to get reach? You have a really good like Instagram following, and it's just awesome.
The
Like it's really
Instagram,
cool.
yeah.
Yeah.
So I do kind of like these YouTube videos, like Try channel at the moment,
Hmm.
and I used to be part of Facts channel, which isn't going anymore. But so I have a following from those. So they kind of follow me, like and then they find out I do music, and they're like, oh, we really like your music as well. So yeah, it's lovely to have that audience that aren't from, like, they're outside of Ireland mostly. So it's nice to have that. It's very encouraging. And so if I put up a little video of myself playing one of my songs here, they'll come along and listen to it. So that's really lovely. And it
That's
keeps it
awesome.
going. And then hopefully other people outside of that will just find the music and just appreciate the music for it, that without not even knowing me. That would be lovely, to find a new audience as well. So I am trying to reach a new audience. But yeah, I think I feel like things are going slow at the moment, but it's not wasted time either, you know. Time to reflect and really figure out what you want to do, and kind of figure out what direction, like sound wise, I want to go into.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah. Yeah. Is it like, because you're into acting as well, and you did a great one with Jamie J. Carr, didn't you? The first
Oh, yeah,
dates.
that was just before all this like kind of happened. This whole
Yeah.
pandemic. It was like maybe a week or two before things were starting to kind of creep in with the virus,
Yeah.
and we got that sketch done. And I'm so glad we did, actually, because like that's
great.
the last kind of little crew that we, you know, without having to worry about social distancing. Because I can imagine
Yeah.
like working on a film set now would be impossible.
Yeah, I
quite
don't
a
think you
while.
could, right? Yeah, there's just
Yeah, so great to be able to do that, you know. Yeah, it was good fun.
it's like how people release a single just before as well, the quarantine or whatever, or release a music
They're probably
video.
delighted that they got into the studio just in the right time. Like,
Yeah, Jesus,
Yeah.
imagine, like, so that was good timing. I thought that was really good. Because you've been doing acting longer than songwriting, right?
yeah, it's kind of like, so the two complement each other quite well. It's nice to have the freedom to write songs and not like, it's just sort of my little kind of creative outlet. And people enjoy it, great.
Yeah, no, it's
It's always
awesome.
nice when people do like connect with the songs. That it does mean a lot.
Yeah, is it like, do you have like, do you ever like feel like more inclined towards acting versus singing at times? Is it like, does it go up and down,
Yeah,
sort of your?
I love both of them. So yeah, I love both. So sometimes like, it's really hard to get acting work. So once I get a bit of acting work, I just, it reminds me about how much I love it. Or even when I get like an audition tape to do, I've had a few audition tapes to do at home. So even getting those reminds me about how much I love acting and taking on a role, and, you know, getting into the character's head and all that. I love all that. And I love working with other actors as well, and director and all that, because it's more collaborative, and you're working with someone else's text and writing, unless you're a great enough actor to be able to write your own stuff. But I don't write my own films or plays or anything like that. I just write songs. So it's lovely to be able to step into someone else's world and just kind of take it on. Whereas with the music, it feels like a more direct form of expression, and it's more me. Whereas when I'm acting, it's completely not me. So like for that sketch, I love putting on the wig and completely changing myself. And because a lot of Jamie's following would be the same audience I would have from the YouTube videos, so I kind of didn't want them to go, oh, there's Elga playing like with Jamie. I just wanted them to not even recognize me, and just really kind of create an illusion of a different person. So I
Yeah.
love doing that. It's such a, I just love it. Like,
Yeah, it's great. Like, cause you get to like you're saying, it's not entirely yourself, so you get it's like playing almost, right? But it's expressing yourself, and it's content at the same time. So it's so many different things, which is great. And you're saying it's like it's difficult to get like an acting gig. Is that well, which I hear that everywhere, right? I mean, it seems to be like a global thing, right? It's not just in Ireland. Is it? Is it just everywhere? It's just really hard on actors to. I suppose there's just so many, right? Is it?
that's
Is
it.
it
So it's oversaturated with
oversaturated?
actors. There's not enough work for all the actors that want to be actors.
Yeah.
So, and yeah, only like a very small percentage of actors are going to be working all the time. And even like the very, very well-known ones that you know are probably not always working, and they're still fighting for roles. Like you'd even hear like Saoirse Ronan, heard her in an interview, like feeling like having to really fight for roles and when disappointed not getting them. So I think any actor, no matter where you are, is going to find it hard. But yeah, so
Do you
it's
think?
just
Yeah.
it's just the life I'm going to be leading a creative life for as long as I live. So I've accepted that that I'll be doing whatever it is, creative outlet. It'll be either acting or music or something.
That's awesome. Yeah, no, I mean a lot of people that I chat to, you know, and I'm friends with would be in that way, you know. And but a lot of them find it difficult to make creativity their full-time job, right? It seems to be really hard. Even if you have multiple outlets of expression, let's say, like art, painting, acting, singing, and it can be quite difficult to make that like a full-time situation. Have you kind of made it like a full-time thing? Or are you doing other, like, okay, forget about the quarantine for a sec,
Yeah.
which I'm forgetting about anyway, all the time.
Yeah, I kind of just have like I've been living in Dublin for a while now, pursuing this kind of creative life. So I've got a couple of mixers that kind of keep me going. Lots of different things, you know. And if you just keep them all going, spinning all the little pies, or what, spinning the pies, spinning the plates.
Yeah, it's like a juggling
Spin
act,
all
right?
the pies and spin all the plates. You can just about manage to kind of have enough revenue streams to keep yourself going. Keep your
Yeah,
head above water.
that's
And I'm also
mental.
very lucky. My rent is low. My landlady has kept the rent low, so that's made a massive. I think if I was paying the standard rent, like the going rate at the moment, although hopefully it'll drop, but might not. I don't know. I probably wouldn't be able to live in Dublin. So I am very grateful to have this space here, and you know, my cat, who's my biggest supporter, support me all the way through. So yeah, I feel blessed, and I feel like I've been given this space. I should utilize it and try and create stuff.
That's awesome. No, I'm delighted for you. I'm so delighted that you have like low rent as well, because it's horrible, like the rent prices in Dublin. It's a terrible situation. So, but that's amazing. So you are your own booking agent. You do all that stuff yourself, booking, marketing.
Well, I have an agent.
You do? Okay,
I
great.
have an actor's agent. I don't have a manager with the music. Music is just kind of, I'm just doing it on my own, and I'm kind of happy to do that. Time being, yeah.
Yeah. So you never had management or anything. You just went into the music and started
I
playing
had a
gigs.
manager for a while, yeah. But I decided it's just because I wasn't making enough money to have a manager, and I felt like I might work harder if I just do it myself.
Yeah.
Although a manager can get you little opportunities that you wouldn't be able to get yourself, but I think I just felt I was better on my own. Well, maybe in the future I will. If I'm in a position where I need to have someone to help with all that, then it'd be
Awesome.
great.
Tell
No, I
me,
don't.
tell me about your recent song, because I haven't heard you play it. Did I maybe in Shinee? It's quite possible, because you
Quite
every
a while now since I've been down. Yeah.
every time I see it in Shinee, you're like, I'm gonna debut a song today, or I'm gonna play a song you haven't heard before. So I always love that. Every time I see it, it's like, oh, I'm playing something completely different, and it's like you almost start a new chapter of your life in songwriting. Is that kind of what happens when you write? It's like you write a batch of songs that kind of represent your life at that time, and then you move on to the next batch. Is that how it works?
Yeah. And actually, I think that's kind of what's happened with this lockdown the last 2 months. I've been kind of putting up all my older songs that I feel like people liked during the live nights. So I put them on YouTube. So because I already have faith in them, bar one which I hadn't really played, so it was nice to throw that at those. It kind of feels weird because normally when you have a new song, you bring it to a live audience and you can really feel if it's working or not. You try it a few times, you'll get a sense of the song and tweak it a bit and feel if it's working and connecting. But online it's different. You know, it's very different because you're not getting that instant feel.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
then people comment, so comments are good as well. But yeah, there's nothing like trying out right in front of people.
Mm,
So I miss that actually.
yeah, me too.
But
It's pretty
the whole
crazy.
lockdown, I'm kind of like, right, I'll put all the old songs up. So I do feel like my music is going to change gear. And the
Mm,
song right at the moment is called Lone Wolf. Unfortunately, I don't have it ready for today. I'm kind of like, I tend to not rush them or force them. Maybe I should, but I don't like doing that. So
mm,
maybe if I did push them a little bit more and get them out quicker, I'd have more. But I kind of like to take my time, right?
yeah,
So
you
I
might.
think that's going to be
Yeah.
the last of a certain kind of. I think after this, once I finish this song, I'll be onto something new, something different. I know I can
Amazing.
feel it in myself.
That's great.
I'm
No, that's
working a
awesome.
lot, and like this time is like it's nice to have time to kind of tie up some loose ends in regards to healing or anything that you haven't had a chance to work on before because you're working or busy or you know.
Yeah, there's a lot more to, like, you're on your own more, so you process a lot more stuff that's kind of past related, I guess, right? A lot of that stuff comes back up
Yeah,
to the
and I'm
front.
sure like yeah. So and because I'm on my own as well, it's like you're kind of faced with yourself a lot of the time, so, which is a good thing as well. If you can come out, I definitely will appreciate people more
Mm.
after all it's over.
Yeah, I think everybody really will. I think it will be, and I'm hoping for, this is what I'm, and I don't usually like saying I hope, but it's kind of a habit, I suppose. But I really,
Yeah,
um,
I say it as well.
yeah, I'm expecting like a situation where, people are a little bit more compassionate after this kind of situation, and sort of
Yeah.
more connected to each other, and sort of, maybe less kind of commercialistic and stuff. I don't know. Like, I obviously have all those habits myself. I'm not saying anything that I'm not, but it would be
Well,
nice for a little bit of a change, right?
yeah, absolutely. And it's one thing when you're talking about commercialism and I've the last 2 months I haven't been out clothes shopping. I love going into charity shops, finding little outfits. So I haven't had that, and that's been really really good for me. Like I kind of know anyway that I have too much stuff and I don't need to be buying stuff all the time. But being kind of in a forced situation to not be able, you can still do online shopping, but I don't do that. I just wouldn't trust myself. So not buying stuff, and I look through my wardrobe and realize I've actually got like more than enough stuff. So it's nice having a stop on that for a while. Just I don't think I'll be shopping like I did before after this. Although maybe in a couple of years, if I came into a bit of money,
When the
I'd probably be like,
spondulics come in.
remember you said on the interview,
Yeah.
I'd be there all the designer gear.
Exactly, because people, when you become famous, people are going to find this video, and they're going to be as a reference, oh, like, there's that video Elga did many years ago before she was famous,
Yeah.
Do you want to, we could talk for ages, of course. Do you want to play a song before we get carried away with another topic?
Yeah, actually, I play Black Dog because it's kind of fitting for the times we're living in at the moment. It's
Deadly.
about acknowledging the dark side of someone close to you,
Love it.
and yourself as well.
Brilliant.
Called Black Dog. Oh, I'll just play it.
Take it away, yeah.
It was inspired by a recurring dream I had about a black dog,
Cool.
which is a metaphor for depression as well.
Oh, wow, there you go.
But it's quite dark. This is the dark era. The songs from the dark era of my life.
There has to be a dark era, doesn't there? Because then you wouldn't recognize the light, right?
That's it. Oh, like yes, so true. Stars can't shine without brightness. Isn't that what they say? Yes.
That's a better way to say it.
You can hear me.
Yeah, ready to go.
Black dog comes to my dreams, biting my heels, 'cause he knows how I feel. I've been living alone too long, too long, too long, too long. I've been living alone too long, too long, too long, too long. Black dog is hanging his head, dripped in shame, looking for someone to blame. Is he a friend or is he a foe? That I don't know. Is he your friend or is he your foe? Black dog, black dog, black dog. Black dog, 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 black dog. And I see the faces of people walking by with compassion in their eyes, yeah. They know the black dog. Black dog, black dog, black dog. Black dog, 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 black dog. And I see the faces of the people walking by. Passion in their eyes, yeah. The fate of the black dog. Dog, 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 dog. Black dog is hiding inside lies till the day you decide to wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up to the black dog. Yeah, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Wake up to the black dog. Black dog, black dog, black dog. Black dog, black dog, black dog. Black dog, black dog, black dog. Ooh.
Awesome.
Sorry, my Snapchat, someone sent me a Snapchat there, so hopefully it didn't go bloop.
No, you hear a little bit, but it's not. It didn't make any noise. Actually, it's grand. Yeah, no, don't worry. It's all good. Great song, lovely song.
Oh, thank you. I don't think you. I might not have played that last time.
I don't recall No, I don't recall hearing that song before. Actually,
Yeah.
really nice. When did you write it? Was it recent?
I wrote that. It's actually a good while ago. I wrote that like Christmas of 2018. I remember playing it live for the first time at the DC club. Colin Gavin was running a gig and he had me down, so I played it for the first time that night.
Awesome.
But yeah, it's actually it's older. It's old enough.
Yeah.
But like
yeah.
I feel like at that when I played it then it was different. You know, I feel like sometimes it takes a while for the song to evolve. I feel like I need to play it live, and you know, if I was lucky enough to have a say bluesy band with that song, I would bring it to another level. You know.
Would you ever consider playing with a band, or have you before? I've never seen. I've always known you as a solo.
Yeah. I do love the freedom in just doing it by myself.
Mm.
And I have played it. I played just on occasion with a blues band, and I was working with a Venezuelan guitarist, Hector. I don't know if you know him.
Yes, I know him very well. Yeah.
Yeah, so I was working with him. We were going to do weddings and stuff, but my heart really wasn't in the covers. Like I love doing covers, but to do with that, I just felt like I'm happy enough to do corporate work with the acting, but for I love it, but my heart wasn't in it. So I think if you're going to do something like that, you really have to have drive and passion.
Definitely.
So I have more drive and passion to write songs and do the creative stuff that way.
That's it. No half measures with you, Elga.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the process of rehearsal. We rehearsed quite a bit and we worked together, and I learned a lot from him. And it was really fun because he loves blues as well. So we kind of made a lot of the songs like kind of bluesy. So we kind of put our own stamp on the songs, but we did a few gigs, and after maybe the third practice kind of gig we did, I was like, no, my heart's not in it.
Fair play to you for trying and giving it a go. It's not for everyone. And of course, you know, you've only got a limited amount of time per week, right, to do stuff. So you got to really, like you say, you got to really like what you're doing to fill up your time, right? Especially if you've got loads of different projects and especially if they're varied, right? Because if you're doing a bit of acting here, you're doing a bit of music, you're doing a bit of whatever else, you know, you get up to drinking, having a couple of pints, you know.
Having a couple of pints, yeah.
By the canal.
Along the canal these days, yeah. I haven't been drinking. I did go on a mad one there Monday night. It was nice to have a blowout, but that'll be me for a while now. I'm not getting too old for that.
Yeah, me too. As we were saying before, like, yeah, I can't do that either. It's nice to kind of give yourself that reminder almost, you know. And
it is.
Yeah, that, and also just to blow off some steam, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think I just blew off a little bit too much, so I nearly blew myself up.
Like dynamite, like your song maybe in a way, right?
Like my song, yeah. And also, hopefully I sound, I can feel it on my voice today. You know, it's not even so much that it probably sounds the same, but I can feel I just don't have that same sharpness or edge. It kind of dampens down. Whereas maybe 10, 15 years ago, it wouldn't have made such a difference.
You would have been grand, yeah.
Bodies are able to process alcohol quicker, and you just kind of bounce back. But now it takes me days, so it's just not worth it.
No, it's good. I'm the same. Like, you know, I had a few drinks on the Wednesday after my show, and then I have obviously the next show on Saturday, and usually I'm doing post work, you know, the next day, and then the day after it's the pre-work, right? So I kind of, that's how I split my days. And I was so groggy, and I was still, even to that show, to that morning of the Saturday of that show, I was kind of feeling, oh my God, I don't know if I can do it. You know, just like in my head, like thinking like, oh Jesus, how am I going to be perceived, you know, energy wise? Is it going to be really, because I felt so drained, right? Because it takes a while to catch up with your sleep as well and all that, you know. 'Cause
it just whacks your whole brain chemistry and your like hormones just like are all kind of put a little bit out of whack for a while. So it does take a few. I think it can take at least a week for me now.
Yeah.
But it can take a few weeks to just kind of get back to just being completely normal again. If you've been on a series of mad benders, I find it just take a couple of weeks.
Yeah. Bit of water.
Get everything balanced again.
Takes a while to rehydrate yourself, I hear as well. I hear it's like this mightn't be scientifically true or anything, guys, so don't quote me on it, but that it takes about 3 weeks for you to properly rehydrate your body, like every cell. If you're drinking your regular 4 whatever it is, or recommended everybody has a different recommendation depending on their body weight and their body's ability to withhold water, but to properly rehydrate yourself, it can take up to 3 weeks. So
I actually believe that, because I know that for myself. Like when I give up drink, and coming into the 3rd week is when I start to really feel good.
So that's it. There you go. Well, look, I'll be off the drink with you. Anna's going to be off the drink with us. We're going to try and build a team of like try not the drinkers.
Yeah, when you start, we can support each other through it. When are you starting?
Now I've started.
Okay, I've started as well, because I was like, well, after Monday, I was like, I'm never doing that again. Never.
Yeah, so you're in the perfect time now to start like making that commitment, right? Because it's still early days before you start going, maybe I'll just have a couple. It's so hard.
You know, the one thing about doing live gigs, and even doing this, like, this is a bit of a buzz for me now. This is like, I'll be buzzing after this. I'll be like relaxing and that. But I find when you're doing a live gig as well, just I don't really tend to drink anymore when I'm playing music, or it just doesn't. The two don't go very well together. And playing music is such a buzz. Like, I'll be buzzing after it.
Yeah.
I don't really feel like I need it. So music is the drug for me.
Music is the drug. You said it. Would you like to play another song on that note?
Yeah, I could do what I want to. Despite it all, seeing we're talking about alcohol, we could do the song.
Perfect.
Me, you could join in.
I'll click my fingers. I love how it all just ties in and flows into each other, doesn't it? Everything. So
yeah. My gut was telling me before we started. Just I was thinking about what songs to do, and I just thought, this one.
So this is the song you released in 2017, is it?
2018 actually. Yeah, but I recorded it like it's an old enough song.
Yeah.
And I've got it's on YouTube. There's a video.
Yes. Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah.
LED. Do you know that singer-songwriter?
No, actually.
Yeah, I'll send you her music.
Send me the link.
Definitely someone you'd worth getting on the show.
Deadly, awesome, great. I'm giving you the floor. Go on ahead.
She also does photography and video stuff, so
cool.
Multi-talented.
Awesome.
Saw you walking down the street with that other girl, and I walked on by with my head held high. But you know, baby, I just wanna curl up and die. It's a futile situation. It's the white elephant in the room. It's the irreversible damage you've done to your brain. Come on, baby, I can see your pain. Despite it all, I still love you. Despite it all, I still love you. Despite it all, I still love you. I must be mad in the head to ever have let you treat me that way. Yeah. Treat me that way. Oh, it's the constant lying to me, baby. It's the floppy disk syndrome is the smell of that onion won't cover the stench. Come on, baby, who do you think you're fooling? Spite it all, I still love you. Spite it all, I still love you. Spite it all, I still love you. I must be mad in the head to ever have let you treat me that way. Yeah. Treat me that way, oh, treat me that way.
Awesome. Well done. Well done.
I definitely feel the hangover seeping through as I was singing that one.
It didn't come across like that. That's a
Oh,
lovely
that's
tune.
good.
That's a lovely tune. How do you feel like? Have you done the live stuff? You told me you did a live one before, yeah, right?
A live-
Sorry, a live on Facebook, like a live show,
Yeah.
right?
I did on YouTube. I did a live
great.
stream on my YouTube channel just for the first time, try it out. So actually, it was lovely to see people turn up, because they're like, when people turn up and when people do, it's just so lovely. Like, you feel like, oh, great. And then I was actually like really nervous, but a different kind of nervous to how I would be for the live gigs.
Yeah, yeah.
Because
I
it's
felt
so
that too.
contained, and you don't have the energy of the audience to buzz off. So I love having a bit of banter, or even, you get to chat to the sound guy or whoever, a girl. So it's such a different experience. So it's definitely taken me a while to get used to. But I did the first live stream I did. YouTube probably thought I was doing other people's songs or something. They kept taking me down the videos. I don't know what happened, but they kept taking me down the videos. But I kept coming back, and the people that were there to listen kept staying as well. So that was really encouraging. So I went and did another live stream. But I'm just preparing now. I won't do one until I'm really prepared. Until I figure out a way to kind of make it sound a little bit better, because I'm just recording on my phone here as well, like, so little things like that. I'm gonna pick your brain after this about all that kind of stuff.
100%. Yeah, no, you're more than welcome to. I'd love to kind of help people get their sound right, for sure. I've been doing this over a month now, and I'm really enjoying it. And I think there is many ways to make somebody sound fantastic. For
Little tricks.
Yeah, just little tricks, and possibly with a little bit of investment if it's possible. It would be great. To kind of, and stuff that can be used after quarantine, right? Like a microphone you can always use again.
A really good mic, yeah. And I just need a little bit of. I need someone to kind of help me out. Okay, this mic will suit your voice. I'm kind of. I really need to educate myself more on those kind of things. So and doing the live stream is great, because you're having people chat to you via the live chat.
Yeah.
So that's a skill in itself, like managing that, and you kind of need to have the technical stuff down so that you can just really perform. But yeah, it's all new, but it's great being challenged that way. And it's lovely that people want to hear the songs, because so I really need to do another one soon.
Deadly. Yeah, please do keep in touch with that and send me any kind of links for any updates that's happening with you.
I might send you one of my YouTube videos that I just did at home, like literally just record on my phone, but it's nice and quiet here, so I think the sound isn't too bad. It's not amazing.
Do send it on, please do. And of course, if you need any help with the live stuff, is there anything you want to say to the viewers? We have viewers on 5 different platforms, Elga. It's hilarious.
Wow.
Yeah, we've got viewers on Facebook.
I forget, actually. It's like talking to you. It's nice. It's such a different experience doing this, but
it's
what
awesome.
do I want to say?
We've got
I just
Dave
want to
Duggan,
say-
actually. He's there.
Hey Dave.
We got Daria. She's an awesome photographer. We've got Anna watching. We've got Rebecca Cappuccini from Waterford. We've got a load of people, and then we've got Twitch and YouTube as well. I think we've got a few there. Yeah, YouTube's our second biggest platform now, so it's great.
And I shared the event on my music page, so hopefully
nice
some
one.
people that follow me there may have clicked in. It might be like a weird hour in America or whatever. So
awesome. Great. So sorry, did you want to? I kind of cut across you there. Would you like to say anything
I
to
just
the viewers?
I'm really looking forward to getting into the studio. I know I've always known this, but my heart is really in blues music, blues and folk. So I think I'd love to just really work with a blues band, blues musicians, and develop that sound more. I mean, not saying that that's the only sound I'll do in the future, but I feel like that's where I'd like to go. And I'm looking forward to getting into a studio. I'm recording Black Dog, the song I just did, and Lone Wolf, this new song, and maybe another recent song I wrote called City Lights, which is up on YouTube as well. So people actually like my sound. Check me out on YouTube. That's the best place. Or Instagram, but it's mostly YouTube.
YouTube's the place to go. Yeah.
I'm kind of using my YouTube channel as just for music.
Yeah.
Because Instagram's sort of like a bit of comedy, bit of acting, pictures, whatever. It's mostly just pictures on Instagram. I know some singer-songwriters are great. They share like all their music on Instagram. So I am thinking about trying to put more stuff on Instagram. But to be honest, I feel like a little bit scared doing that, because it's so fast. Or TikTok as well. I'd love to just throw up a little like 1 minute video of myself playing on TikTok, but I haven't really gotten brave enough yet. So I'm kind of putting them on just on YouTube in one little spot, but eventually I'll get brave. Okay, I'll put it on Instagram, put it on TikTok.
I'll tell you one thing. Now is the best time to be brave. That's all I'll say to you. Now is the best time to be brave. Yeah. Honestly.
But people, they do seem to want it as well. So
I'd say go for it. And whatever you're doing, it's amazing, Elga. Trust me, like it's fantastic what you're doing. So don't hold back, and you might as well just go for it. Honestly, just go for it.
Yeah. I did actually do a cover of Human by Rag and Bowman, and he's got like such a bluesy, soulful sound.
Awesome tune. Yeah.
And so I've been very inspired listening to his music, because he'd be a little bit older as well, and he's still younger than me, but he's older, and he's got this kind of, there's a lot of, his voice is almost like, sounds like it's been classically trained. Maybe it has. So it's nice to know that you can have that kind of voice and those kind of songs and still reach a modern audience.
Yeah. Because
I feel like my sound is almost like, my sound is sort of like a throwback, but I would love to make my sound appeal to more of the younger audience and an everyday kind of sound as well, but to kind of keep the integrity of the throwback as well. So somehow marry the two, so that to make it a little bit more modern, but to keep the integrity of what I do.
Awesome.
Which is a challenge for any artist, I think, is to kind of hold on. You don't want, like, I've had songs that kind of end up sounding very pop, and it wasn't quite really feel right,
Wow, yeah, I suppose I never thought of it kind of that way. I guess it's like, because you want to stay true to sort of what resonates with you, but also you having to sort of almost make it kind of commercially appealing, right? So there's that fine balance, right?
That's exactly it, yeah. Because you want to hold on to that singer-songwriter, the feel that you have when you're playing just you and the guitar, you and like another musician, and that sort of, it's really hard to kind of bring that into the studio and into the studio recordings.
Yeah.
You do need to kind of make it, if you want to reach a bigger audience. It would be so cool when you're saying about being TikTok famous. I would love if someone used one of my songs on TikTok.
Well, that's what I mean. Yeah, because that's how.
That's what you meant?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I mean,
like
not you doing like a dance or something, but you have the ability to write music. Yeah.
So cool. Like, I don't know if my songs they're not really modern, so they're not gonna, unless I.
Doesn't matter. I mean, even older songs like get there. I mean, I think it was like even like get into a meme sort of status. But I don't know. I mean, it can be kind of, it depends how you look at it, I guess. I don't know. That might take away a little bit of sort of your essence if it's kind of just thrown out just specifically for, to get to the meme status. It's kind of like, but also once you launch yourself through like a silly meme, let's say, once you get eyes on you, people start looking at you then, and then some will fall off and go, and then they'll see kind of the real you. They'll see, like, in a positive way, they'll see like, oh, she's into the blues stuff. Do you know what? Even though you did a random this is all just for conversation purposes.
I totally get what you mean.
But you're pulling people towards you, and then whatever percentage of go, actually, do you know what? I thought she was doing that kind of style, but no, she's doing something even better that I'm more resonating with. Yeah. What a coincidence, what a crazy situation. So I guess it's kind of like how to sort of come out through this sort of madness of loads of people, right? Of saturation of videos and stuff like that out to the front. And TikTok does that the best way. And Arthur wrote on YouTube here, he's like, is TikTok the new... he asked, is TikTok the new Vine? And I think it is. Like, it's kind of like, it is in a way, but it's also the new social platform where people are able to, it travels better. The advertisers haven't hit at it yet, so it's way popular. and it's interesting to look at and study. Like even if it is
I
just,
love TikTok.
you know,
It's
mm,
I know like it's not supposed to be for the younger kids on it or like giving out about older people being on it, but you do see a lot of older people on it.
exactly.
I
Who
love it.
cares? Honestly, it doesn't matter. You know, it does not matter. People at any age get famous if that's
Yeah,
if that's what they want, or if it's an accident. You know.
and so true. And there's everything that you want on there. Like there's people talking about psychology
Yeah.
or dating or fitness. So like
Yeah.
little recipes, like people showing you how to do a quick kind of meal in a minute.
100%.
And you're
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
oh God, I must try that sometime. Like just like everything's on there.
Everything.
So
You're right.
the algorithm knows what I want, so it's throwing me up like
That's
food
it.
and diet tips and dating tips.
Yeah, and you're going to get videos that have like 2 likes right next to a video that has 500, right next to one that has 5 million. So they all just come in one after the when you're scrolling down, you know what I mean? When you flip down to the next video. It's amazing how they're all adjacent to each other. So it's a really good thing. I always try to get that into a conversation with musicians because, of course, you know, it is a business as well, and we have to use the tools that are around us to an extent, as in like if we want to, or we can just write, you know, music and stay in the bubble, or stay in the community that is there, and that for a lot of people that's enough, which is perfect.
Yeah,
but I can
and
tell
feel
with
a little
some
bit
it's
like that as well. Like I see the world where it could you know, and I also like I'm a bit older, so I'm like I've accepted that, you know, that I might just end up just doing it for a smaller
you
audience.
don't look. I don't know what you're saying. You're older or anything. You don't look older. There's no.
Cheers.
I don't know
I'm
where you're
being
getting
a
this.
compliment now.
This you have to remove that. You know.
I
But this
will,
is
actually.
something
I'll
we
stop
talk
talking
about maybe
to you.
after.
It's because I turned 40 in October, so I think once I get to 41, I'll probably never mention the age again.
That's crazy. Like I would never believe that, Elga, and I think a
Well,
lot of our viewers are like, no
Monday
way.
night. Monday night, I thought I was a teenager Monday night, and then the next day I was like,
Well,
I felt
don't
like,
drink. Just
oh,
don't drink. You don't need
I
it.
guess that's it. Done.
Same with me.
Just
I'm
gonna
feeling the
listen to
same.
blues music. Blues music is my only drug.
That's
But
it.
just back to what you were saying about TikTok there, about say if one of your videos or songs, you know, if you were lucky enough to have it used and it went viral and someone did a dance, and then it's in kind of people's psyche, that song, and they know it, and they're like, oh, I really like that song, they go and check you out. If you already have like a volume of work, like you know, an EP of maybe even folk songs, it's lovely to have that work there, so
Prepared.
people do go and look for it. They go, oh, actually, I really like their album, and they might not like it, but to have it there, I think it's so that's kind of like an incentive to keep producing good work, keep getting better, keep
Yes.
evolving. That's all we can do, and just have it there. And you just never know, like, and it might mean that like you'll only ever have a small audience, but to have an audience is just so lovely. I feel really grateful that people are watching my YouTube videos and commenting on them and listening. So
Yeah, it's awesome.
that's it. The reason I'm still doing it is because I have people listening.
Yeah, it goes hand in hand, even no matter the size, but it goes hand in hand. It's a beautiful feeling. It's lovely, and yeah, no, it's amazing. And
I find music. Well, I was saying I'm doing it for the audience, but also I do play for myself to soothe myself
of course.
as well. So I think if I'm trying out a new melody and I find it soothing, and I'm thinking, well, hopefully this will be soothing for other people as well. But it's not until you play it for other people that you really know if it's
You'd be
something
surprised how many people can relate
people-
to your music as well, and feel the same way you do. You know, where it's like, oh, that song resonated with me. Isn't that amazing? You have a connection with somebody else because through music, right? So
Yeah.
it's beautiful.
Yeah. I could ramble on about it for ages.
I know we could chat for
actually,
ages.
You've got me thinking about being a bit braver, maybe put some stuff up on TikTok and
Yes.
more videos on Instagram.
Yeah, feck it. Who cares?
I put up a little 1 minute video of a human cover on Instagram. So that was my first time to do that. But then I archived it. You know the way you can do that on Instagram?
Yeah, you can hide it. Yeah.
Sure. So it's just about building your confidence on social media.
Absolutely. Awesome. Elga, I could chat to you for ages. I have another guest I have to bring onto the show, so thank you so much.
Such a pleasure. Thank you. This has been the highlight. You've got me through the midweek slump, midweek hump.
I'm so
hump
happy.
day.
I'm so happy I could do that, Elga. We'll stay in touch anyway, and obviously just stay in touch, and we'll chat about loads of other stuff as well. And take care of yourself. Enjoy the rest of your week. Enjoy your recovery, your hangover
Thank
recovery.
you. Yeah, I'm going to do a home workout now. Be so fit.
Awesome. Take care.
No. just to sweat out the toxins.
Get rid of those toxins. Take care of
Yeah,
yourself,
and actually
Elga.
it inspired me. I'm going to work on the new song.
Do the new song. Send me anything you have as well. I'd love to hear all how you're keeping with the songwriting and everything.
It's always a pleasure talking to you. A power to you if you're doing this radio show.
It's a pleasure chatting to you too. And yeah, thanks so much. I love it. I'm enjoying it so much. So thanks so much, Elga.
That's great, 'cause, like, it's that, and that comes across so much.
Awesome. Thank God. Thank God. I didn't know how it was going to turn out. Take care of yourself, Elga. I'll see you soon.
Thanks so much, David, and talk to you soon.
Talk to you soon. Bye bye.
Oh, the cat just disappeared. Sorry, he's not cooperating today.
See you. Oh, amazing. Elga Fox, everybody. Thank you for tuning in to our fantastic, lovely conversation. Our first guest today, the amazing Elga Fox. And yeah, she played a couple of tunes as well there for us, guys. So yeah, I hope you're keeping all well out there. How's everybody doing? Are we all okay? Yeah, we got Shadow Man in the house. What is the story, Arthur? Good to see you tuned in. We got some people on Facebook chat. What's the story, guys? Do interact with us when we're having a conversation. You're more than welcome to join in with the chat. You know, it can involve as many people as you want as possible, really. So do chime in if you'd like to. Don't be shy. So I'm gonna introduce my next guest, and he is a Galway native who travels between Ireland and the United States. His name is Paddy Mór, and he's a singer-songwriter that focuses on Irish folk music. And he was American-born and Irish-raised, and he performs on both sides of the Atlantic regularly. So he's also performed for the former mayor of Boston and ambassador to the Holy See, Ray Flynn, which is pretty awesome. He was also featured in Boston's Irish newspaper, The Irish Emigrant. So it'll be really interesting now to chat to Paddy about all of that stuff. So please welcome our second guest today, guys, Paddy Mór. Hello. Let's see. Can you hear me? Okay. Takes a couple of seconds to load in. So how's it going, everybody? Dario, what's the story? Dario in the house. Paddy, how's it going, man?
How's it going, Kozak? Are you well?
I'm brilliant, man. Brilliant. Absolute pleasure to meet you. Thanks for taking the time to do this. How's everything been for you, man? How's all this craziness treating you?
Good. In a way, I kind of always wanted this. I always wanted just an excuse to do nothing except focus on music. And I thought I'd never see the day. So I'm actually kind of happy that this is happening. I mean, obviously it's heartbreaking and my girlfriend's overseas, so that's obviously not good. But from a selfish musician point of view, it's like a dream come true. You know, every day I've got the guitar.
Every day you got to get to. You're not the first musician to say that, and I would also agree with you. You know, I've become quite productive in my own space, as well because of this. And of course, yeah, there's a lot of other stuff to consider, and we are obviously considering it. And some people even felt guilty, going like, "Oh, I feel kind of weird saying this, but it's actually been going great." So you're not the only one that feels like that, man. I'm really curious about you, Paddy, because I was reading up a bit, and I'm really interested in sort of like, I guess, the gigs you've been doing and sort of you jumping between the States and Ireland. But first of all, I wanted to ask you, what got you into Irish folk music? What kind of got you into sort of specializing in that sort of genre itself? What kind of draws you to it? Is it being Irish? Is it the connection of being Irish, or was there something else that sort of pulled you in?
Well, I suppose not many would know, but I was born in Chicago, Illinois, in the States. Moved to Moycullen, where I live now, when I was 5, and my dad did construction, and so when the recession hit, we've had to move back and forth between the two countries. Eventually, in sort of 2016, it was actually Paddy's Day 2016, which is a bit ironic. The one day that all the Americans come here, we went to Boston, moved there,
Went the other way.
and then all of a sudden I had a huge homesickness. And it's so funny because anyone who's like friends with me, they were all like, I'm big into American country. I always tried to sing with an American accent and I sounded shit. Like I was just like, well, all my friends. Oh, it's awful. But I thought it sounded good because I still do have a growl for the American country music. But it wasn't until I started singing with my own accent that it just kind of clicked. And with the homesickness, I started learning more about Ireland. and started getting big into Damien Dempsey and Christy Moore and just anything that was truly Irish that I could grasp onto. And then there was a video of me singing in the high school during my last year because I was kind of under the radar. So I was like, if I'm going to go out, I'm going to go out on a bang. So I sang A Pair of Brown Eyes by the Pogues. That didn't really go viral, but the manager of a bar saw that. She booked me for St. Paddy's Day 2 years ago. And ever since then, I've been gigging in the States like
Wow.
as often as I can.
That's amazing. And did you, so you were in Chicago at that time, and then you moved back to art. So you've been kind of jumping back and forth.
I've been jumping back and forth. So 2000 to when I was 5 was Chicago, and then it was Galway, and then in 2016 it was Boston.
Wow.
And
Wow.
now I'm back in Galway. I've got one more year of college, and then it'll probably be States full time, probably.
Yeah? Is it like,
Never say never.
would you treat Ireland kind of as the base camp, the sort of camp where you just kind of come back to and then chill out, work on songs or blah, 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 and then the States to kind of work in, or like with regard to home, I guess, is what I'm trying to figure out.
Well, it's weird. Ireland's always going to be home, but I think I write more songs over in the States just because I'm kind of deprived of that feeling of home a little, you know what I mean? Like, don't get me wrong, I don't hate America. I think it's a great place. And in a way, because I know so many undocumented Irish, I feel like it's my duty to go over there and sing the songs of home because they can't really go home. And I wrote a song about that I'll release shortly, but now is not the right time because I don't want to, off-put any vibes. We're in a dark time as it is, so I'm only putting out happy songs for now. But
fair play to you, man. How do they? I guess Irish audiences, it's a given. Like they are drawn to the Irish culture and to Irish music, especially in places like Boston, right? So which has a high Irish emigration, and a lot of people are related to Irish, right? So obviously people are, when you play gigs there, people react very emotionally. Do they react emotionally to it? Do they talk to you about themselves and their relationship with Ireland and stuff like that?
Yes and no. With the Paddies, it takes a few shots before the emotions spill out first, and then the puke from all the drink. But with the Irish Americans, they have this sort of a graw for Ireland that in some ways it's very nice, but then in other ways it's the whole plastic paddy ideal, and I don't need to speak to that because everyone can draw their own opinion there. But
yeah, no, definitely. I guess it's kind of nice the way that Americans do try to at least relate themselves to Ireland in a way, even if it is extremely possibly abstract or not even realistic. I'm half Irish, but I am I'm half Irish, and I'm like, oh, you really are half Irish? No way. It's like, how, what half? And he's like, oh, my great, and 5 minutes goes by, and then you're like, okay, oh, amazing, because you don't want to be rude, right? But I guess you get a lot of that, right? That's what you mean?
Yeah, but then there'll be other like complete ignorance as well, and it's not. You can't really blame them because it's not taught in the schools over there. I was lucky enough that I had a high school teacher over there because I went to high school in the States for 2 years before I came back here for uni. And he was an absolute legend. It was this thing called AP Euro. So what an AP course is, it's like, imagine you're doing the Leaving Cert, but you also get college credits for it.
Okay.
It costs a bit of money, but I had to do it because of applying to Irish college without a Leaving Cert. There were all these American rules I had to follow. So I got that done. But in the AP Euro class, I was allowed to teach whatever I wanted about Ireland if we had any projects, and I would just tell the class things that they never knew. Like, there's a soap over there called Irish Spring that doesn't exist, Lucky Charms. I mean, just all this random stuff. And then I'd be telling them about the history, because not a lot of people know about Irish history, about the Republican movements, about the partition in the North. They just think it's this leprechaun land and there's pots of gold everywhere. You know what I mean?
That's mental. Yeah, okay. So, because they get that from, like, the basic television, right? What you'd kind of call and perceptions are then built. It's funny because I joined a podcast group on Facebook, and there was Americans posting in it, and they're like, what should I'd love to have somebody on my show. Like, they just posted it on their wall, like, tell me a topic to see if it interests. And I'm like, well, and they're all Americans, talking about American-y things. Nothing against Americans, guys, by the way. Like, Americans are wonderful people. They're absolutely wonderful.
Look at my guitar strap.
Yeah, there you go. So we're just speaking anecdotally in for the majority of the case. But and I felt compelled to write. I was like, well, because I want to take an opportunity to kind of talk to people abroad as well, because I love the mix and match of culture and learning about different cultures and people's perceptions and perspectives. But I wrote. I felt compelled to write. I'm an Irish guy doing a podcast with Irish musicians, comedians, influencers. I want to go beyond and go cultural, but I'd love to talk about Ireland to you guys. Tell us, talk to you about some of the stuff that tell you if leprechauns are real, what it's like to be in Ireland. Are we always drunk? And I wanted to highlight some misconceptions and stuff, and nobody cared. Nobody cared. Nobody was interested, and I was like, oh, okay, damn. I thought they might have wanted to know this stuff, but that's the way it is. But do you have any advice for like musicians that are like wanting to sort of travel, like anything from like how to keep your guitar safe and things like that? Because there's a lot of issues that come with traveling as a musician, right?
There is and there isn't. I would just kind of make sure that you treat your guitar more importantly than you treat yourself when it comes to traveling, because you can always kind of bog down, sit in a bad place. But if your guitar does not come in the overheads with you, don't get on the plane, or try and put it in the gate check where they put the baby strollers. Because if you feck it in under the plane, it's a bad mistake. Luckily, I fly Aer Lingus. They don't pay me. I wish they did. But I always put the guitar in the overhead bin, and there's never been any problems. Actually, one year I was flying with two guitars, and one of the guitars had to go in first class. So the guitar got first class and I didn't.
And you didn't.
But at least it got the special treatment,
That's mental. Wow. And go on.
One thing, just while we're on the subject of packing stuff, because it came to my head. If you want to make sure, if you're using like a gig bag, right, and you don't have a hard shell case, first of all, tune down all your guitar strings to where they're flat, because the tension, the cabin pressure might make them snap. And it's also bad for the neck if they don't snap and it starts to bend a little over time. It's very minor, but it adds up over the years. Pack all your socks and underwear around the guitar to act as extra padding in a gig bag situation. That's a pro tip.
That's deadly. Amazing. There you go. I'm not a guitarist, I'm a drummer, so it's going to be even harder for me to bring any gear abroad. Very expensive, I guess, right? So it can
pick up an old Bowron.
Yeah, I bought a shaman drum recently, so it's almost a Bowron. It's a little bit bigger, and it has just a big shtick, so you just hit it straight on. But I'm having some fun with that. Do you want to play some music for us, Paddy?
Yeah, so I suppose I'll do one of the songs that's on your Spotify playlist, just to keep things kind of on brand here. I'm going to start out with this Chinese traditional song. It's called Tuning. Goes a little something like this. Tuning, everyone. Tuning. It's an old pun there.
Yeah, I literally got that like so late there. So it's been a long day for me.
This is an old rebel song about a Cork band in the time of the Easter Rising. The night was dark and the fight was over. The moon shone down O'Connell Street. I stood alone where brave men first. Men have gone their God brought to me. My only son, shot and dumb, fighting for his country gold, fought for Ireland, Ireland. Harp and shamrock, green, white and gold. First I met was a grey-haired boy, searching for his only son. I said, old man, it's no use. For up to heaven, your son is gone. The old man cried of broken heart, bending o'er, I heard him say, I knew my son was too kind-hearted. Knew my son would never yield. My only son shot and fighting for his country gold, fought for Ireland, Ireland. Harp and shamrock, green, white and gold. Last I met was a dying, bending o'er, I heard him say, God bless my home in dear Cork City. God bless the cause for which I died. My only son, shot and fighting for his country gold, fought for Ireland, Ireland. Harp and shamrock, green, white and gold. Harp and shamrock, green, white and gold.
Awesome. Great song. Great song. I heard the recording of that one as well. And you had some great songs as well up on Spotify. Where did you record your recent tunes? Was it in Ireland or did you record it in the States?
So I've recorded them all in Ireland except for the early demos. I would write them in the States and then I would record them properly here. Although I just bought an audio interface, given the circumstances, and I won't be able to get into an actual studio. So I've converted one of the closets in the house into sort of a studio.
You have a vocal booth.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Vocal booth, record the guitar in there. And then my new single, which is coming out on the 5th of June, which is a Friday. I haven't even announced this is coming out, by the way.
Here we go, exclusive.
Features none other than Steve Wickham from the Waterboys.
Wow.
So he's helped me out with that one. And we've got another band on there called The Finns. They do backing vocals for the track and banjo. And then Owen Shelley from Strings and Things, who you've interviewed before.
Yes, of course.
He plays drums, and then another Galway lad I know named Thomas Doherty did the bass. So it was a real kind of group effort, and we're all just trying to spread good vibes this summer. So that's called Summer's
great.
Coming Back Again.
Summer's coming back again on June 15th.
5th.
June 5th. Amazing.
Yeah.
And that's a great lineup, man. That is really, really cool. Fair play to you. So I would love to play that track on the show, of course, you know. So do send that to me whenever it's ready to go. And I'm sure a lot of people are looking forward to that. Anybody out there, by the way, because I know you have people from Boston tuning in. You've got people across Ireland as well, guys. So if you do have any questions for Paddy, do send them in. Because I'm sure, you know, people are quite disconnected at this time. So do feel free to ask any questions or make any comments about our conversation. You're more than welcome to. That's the beauty of this, you know. We're on 5 different platforms and anybody is welcome to come in and sort of connect with us, which is, it's awesome we have this thank God for this technology during this time. That's all I'll say, you know.
I couldn't see the lockdown lasting if we didn't have it. You know what I mean?
Have you done any live videos yourself through any of the media sources?
Well, I'm not sure what this is looking from the other side of the table, but my internet is quite bad here. So sometimes it's crystal clear and it works, but if I wanted to do like a proper live stream, I'd want to use the interface that I have. But unfortunately, the internet that I have at the house here, it's slower than dial-up and the average nation for the country of Liberia. It's 0.20 megabits per second, so it's fair shocking altogether.
Do you know what? It's not bad at all on my side, and you'll be able to watch back and see yourself, of course, after this. But no, it's not too bad. I had a chat with somebody from Ghana yesterday, and it was just a little bit worse. So no, it's honestly not bad at all. But I suppose, yeah, everybody has their own standard of how they'd want to sort of be perceived online, right? And there's nothing worse than a bit of a glitch, and you're putting in work and putting in a bit of energy and stuff like that. How has the creativity been for you the past? Have you been how's the writing for songs and stuff? I know you say you write in the States more, so I guess have you had pen to paper at all in the last month or two?
Yeah, so the new song that I'm putting out, it literally came. So I write kind of sad, dark songs, songs of struggle, I should say, because like my whole thing is what got me through life is hearing other people's struggles, right? So I'm like, well, if I want to hear other people's struggles, chances are there's going to be people that can relate to me if I spin my side of the story. So a lot of songs that have been written are kind of slow and dreary, kind of Paddy Mór kind of stuff. Nonetheless, their music, Christy's music is powerful. But this one, I was trying to write a happy song, and I just kept getting stuck in the road because I wanted to write like a sitting on the beach kind of a drinking beer, girls, blah, 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 that kind of a song, real happy. Everyone can listen to it. Everyone can kind of escape being stuck at home. I couldn't do it. So what did I do? I threw on a Hawaiian t-shirt. Swear to God, I don't know, is it a Lucky Charm or something? Threw on a Hawaiian t-shirt, and all of a sudden these lyrics just started pouring out of me. So I don't know what that is. Is it method songwriting? I've heard of method acting, but
it could be, yeah. I mean, I have a lot of conversations with and similar. We touch on the same similar-esque sort of vibe with musicians and artists on this show, and it's an amazing thing because I'm learning so much about each. Learning about myself and learning about people, of course, and artists and how in-depthly, it's amazing. But we do touch on similar things now and then, and this would be one of them whereby, it's about when one creates, it's an expression of themselves, right? So it's very difficult to write something that somebody can't necessarily relate to. So this time, the quarantine and everything, and there's a lot of the whole world as a one is kind of feeling a lot of tension, no matter what, even if one isn't focused on it, it's still there somewhere, right? That we know that there's suffering somewhere and stuff. So it might be quite difficult for the subconscious when one is writing music, right, to be optimistic or positive, even though it would make sense. And a lot of artists have said, have been questioned, like, why are you writing sad songs? He's like, well, I'll start writing happy songs when the world becomes happier.
yeah.
And that might be it,
Yeah, but I think from an entertainment point of view, you kind of have to bite the bullet and give people the happy songs, because if they want to get sad, I mean, just turn on fucking the news. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's definitely a time and a place for sad songs, but I think, now that there's no gigs, there's practically no social life, I think people want to hear songs that remind them of the pre-pandemic world, because it's crazy. I mean, out in February, I was celebrating my birthday out to the wee hours of the morning, and then a few weeks later, the whole world shuts down. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I was actually flying to Boston for my St. Paddy's Day shows when Leo was canceling everything. So I got Wi-Fi on the plane, and minute by minute, I saw event after event after event get cancelled. So by the time I boarded the plane to by the time I landed in Boston, the whole world had just basically said, yeah, we're shutting down temporarily. And of course, that's been prolonged significantly. And now I'm seeing more and more tours for 2020 are just getting scrapped, and everything's moving to 2021. It's crazy.
We still have you.
Yeah, I'm gone into safe driving mode, it says here. I fashioned I don't have a tripod either for the phone anyway. So I fashioned a sort of stand on the mic and that collapsed. So I'm just going to plug in the old headphones.
Take your time. It's all good. It's all good.
Let's see.
I love how like everybody's becoming so creative now as well with the filming and custom tripods and different ways of making things work right through Zoom. So yeah. There's always going to be a technical problem of sorts as well doing these things. So that's the beauty of live.
How do I get out of this? Tap to speak.
Oh, yeah, I think you just need to click
I don't know
on...
why I can't see it now.
Let's see if... did you get that notification there I sent you? Sent you asking to share video. Let's see if that works. So yeah, guys, we're here with Paddy Mór, by the way. And he's going to appear to us magically, hopefully, now in a second. We're just having a little technical glitch, which is beautiful because I lasted, I think it's about 2 hours now with not a single technical... Well, maybe there's probably a couple that you just kind of tend to ignore after a while. There's always a little something with this. So this is the excitement of live, guys. You know, you get to see this happening live, which is amazing. There we are. So I'll just see if I can get you to unmute. I sent you a request to unmute. See if that works. Oh, there we go. I think I think we have you. I think you're frozen at the moment, but let's see if you will unfreeze. And then if it's not one thing, it's the internet, right? If it's not one thing, it's the other. So I hope you guys are all good. Watching us on Facebook, Twitch, YouTube. Do post in a question or make a comment on anything we're talking about. You're more than welcome to be involved. Paddy, I think we got you back, man. I can hear you now. I think it's just a little bit laggy. That's the only thing. So I don't know if you can hear me. Let me know. We'll see if we can get this. Get Paddy back on for another song. I think will be fantastic. If we get another tune from Paddy. There we go. We got you. Happy days.
We're back.
I mean, it wouldn't be a live show if there wasn't a glitch, right? So this is what's supposed to happen. But
that's it.
Yeah, no, really interesting chatting to you, man, and hearing your sort of perception on it all. Yeah, it is pretty crazy times we're living in. And did you I'd love you to play another song, but just before you do, I wanted to ask you, because while we're still on it. So you were on your way over to the States. Did I understand that correctly? While everything was being shut down.
Yeah. And I
tell us a little bit, like, did you just book a flight? How long did you stay in the States then at that stage after you flew in?
So I landed on the Thursday. I went ahead with my Friday, Saturday, Sunday gigs, and then on Monday, which I believe was Paddy's Day. I think Paddy's Day was the Monday. I flew home then, and I've been home in Galway since.
So there was no Paddy's Day in the States either, was there?
Well, not in Massachusetts. They shut down all the bars effective on Paddy's Day as well. But all that weekend, I still had gigs. Now, I will say most of them were kind of, except for the one pub that like loves me over there. Shout out to the Crack. They were pretty packed, but everywhere else was just kind of empty because people were, I suppose, afraid, which I totally understand. But it's crazy, like how it's all stopped. The last gig that I did was online. You know what I mean? Yeah, it is crazy. We've got Kendra Gu, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, asking when can we expect to hear some of the new stuff you're working on. So you have mentioned already 5th of June will be your next single. So Kendra, 5th of June, stay tuned on Paddy Mór's page. All of your social networks, of course, will be updated as soon as you have that tune. Please do send that tune to me, by the way, Paddy.
I hope you're not frozen again. I think you might be. So let's see if we can get you back on, at least for another song. It would be lovely to close off with a song with Paddy. So I think we got you back. Yes, we have you.
Yeah.
We're good. Would you like to close off with a song before things might get worse? You never know.
Okay, this is the world premiere now of the new song. So just imagine I've got Steve Wickham from the Waterboys over here, and the Finns over there, and Owen and Thomas.
Amazing. Well, it's a pleasure to get the premiere.
It's a pleasure to be here. This is Summer's coming back again. Like, hopefully my Wi-Fi.
Awesome. Take it away, man.
Sitting on the big white sand, watching the waves rolling in. Outside they're pressed against my lips. Summer's coming back again. Wake up to see the bright blue mornings, feel the warmth against my skin. I can even hear the ice cream van. Summer's coming back again. Summer's coming back again. Summer's coming back again. Say goodbye to winter winds. Summer's coming back again. See the girls in their bikinis, getting tan from head to feet. I caught a schoolboy trying to take the beat. Summer's coming back again. Summer's coming back again. Summer's coming back again. Say goodbye to winter winds. Summer's coming back again. All the dads out on their lawns, mama truck, barbecue on. People everywhere singing this song. Summer's coming back again. Summer's coming back again. Summer's coming back again. Say goodbye to winter. Summer's coming back again. Summer's coming back again. Say goodbye to winter winds. Summer's coming back again.
Woohoo! Paddy Mór with Summer's Coming Back Again. The debut. We're getting it for the first time here on deMars Radio, which will be released on the 5th of June, which I'm really looking forward to hearing it with the full band and the full whack. That's going to sound so much, it's going to be so much fun to hear that now in a different scope. Paddy, it's been an absolute pleasure chatting to you. I wish I could chat to you a little bit more and pick your brain about this, but I guess we'll stay in touch now that we've sort of bonded over this live thing, which is lovely the way you can do that, isn't it? Just kind of make a mate over online through a conversation. Is there anything you'd like to sort of close off with and tell some of the people maybe back in Boston or across Ireland, anything you'd like to mention? You can replug your songs or anything like that. It's up to yourself.
So yeah, just I'm on Spotify, Instagram, everything.
Mm-hmm.
I'm literally Paddy Mór, M-O-R. You can find me anywhere. I'm on any form of social media except Tinder. Would you believe it?
You're better off, man. You're better off. Are you on Twitch?
Yeah. No, I'm not on Twitch, only for that, the live streams, as we've learned here. Doesn't really work for me.
That's all it's for, really. Amazing. You've got some great tunes already up on Spotify as well. And Facebook and Instagram, of course.
Looks like we cut out.
We got you back for the last. If there's anything else you have, but
just want to say thanks to you for having me, and thanks to everyone for tuning in. And I'm going to start announcing the single kind of officially soon, but I'll leave a pre-save exclusively for the deMars events and entertainment people on the YouTube comments and the Facebook comments as well.
Absolutely amazing, Paddy. And listen, it's been an absolute pleasure getting to know you and meet you, buddy. And maybe one day we'll meet each other physically as well.
Oh yeah, we'll have a few pints in Darky Kelly's.
Definitely need to do that. Listen, take care of yourself. Have a great week.
Right.
And nice to meet you, brother.
Sound.
See you
Cheers.
later. All right, that was Paddy Mór, guys. Paddy Mór. What an absolute gentleman. And we got a couple of lovely tunes out of him there. So yeah, thanks so much, guys, for staying tuned in. We got a couple of tunes out of him there. And he's currently residing in Galway, waiting for all this to blow over. So yeah, absolutely awesome. So I hope he gets back. I hope everybody gets back to the gigging world sooner than later. I can see that, you know, it's a beautiful thing how we're able to communicate with musicians here and listen to a bit of music through our screens. But as you guys know, there's no comparison than being there in physical form. But really, really lovely conversation with another wonderful musician. So yeah, I'm gonna invite our next guest, but before I do, guys, we actually have a single of the week I would like to announce for you all. So we do this we do a single of the week now. This is the first time we're doing single of the week. We usually do a pick of the week where it's a full album, and that's on Saturdays, but we decided we want to do something for the Wednesday show. So this week's pick of the week is by a band called Fly the Nest, and their song is called Superhuman, which I discovered only a couple of days ago. So as soon as I heard that song, I contacted the guys, and I sent that over to our reviewer, who's Paul Archbold, a wonderful dude who has been reviewing the songs for this show. So I got in touch with him, and he sent me sort of his review, so I'll read it out to you here. So our single of the week is the uplifting and optimistic Superhuman by Fly the Nest. An anthemic single, the triumphant Superhuman stands out amongst this artist's impressive and growing catalogue. An impressive hook of Maybe We Can Be Heroes. The song evokes thought of our frontline staff during this pandemic and filled Paul with a hope that in their hands we will be okay, because we are and they are superhumans. So check out Fly on the Nest on all online outlets. And that's our deMars single of the week, Fly the Nest, Superhuman. Let's have a listen to it. I'm really looking forward to hearing it again. Definitely check out this band, Fly the Nest. And Paul will be back with us. He has begun work actually this evening, so he couldn't make it out. But he will hopefully join us on the Saturday to give the review as well himself. It's always nice to have somebody else on the show. It's not just me. So, Superhuman by Fly the Nest, guys. And then I'm going to bring on our next guest. So, I hope you enjoy.
I keep on getting up, I won't stay down. This life is like a miracle. Can't give up without a fight. I'm gonna keep coming back for you time and time and time again. Like a spinning top, now I'm never gonna stop. Now I'm never gonna stop looking out for you. Maybe we can be heroes. Maybe somebody thinks so. Take a chance and just dive right in. We can be superhuman. Maybe we can be heroes. Maybe somebody thinks so. Against the odds, we're still fighting. We can be superhuman. Against the odds, we're still fighting. We can be superhuman. So every night I forget about whatever's out of your hands for now. Cause this life is unpredictable. Take a chance and use a lifeline. I'm gonna keep coming back for you time and time and time again. Like a spinning top, now I'm never gonna stop. Now I'm never gonna stop looking out for you. Maybe we can be heroes. Maybe somebody thinks so. Take a chance and just dive right in. We can be superhuman. Maybe we
Fly the Nest with their song Superhuman. And yeah, they have some really, really cool tracks on their Spotify. They also released another single, One in a Million, recently as well. So they released 2 singles this year already so far, and 2 last year. So yeah, I would highly recommend you check out this band, Fly the Nest. Our pick of the week. Yeah, there you go. That's our pick of the week, guys. So yeah, let me introduce our second last guest, also known as our third guest, to the show. Dario, what is the story? Hope you're keeping well, man. Rebecca, thanks for joining and sticking around with us. So yeah, our third guest is Mark McGee from a band called Gyro Babies, and they are a rock band from Glasgow. And Mark McGee is a promoter, rapper, poet, record label boss, and a member of the legendary Gyro Babies, guys. This band actually came to me by accident. I really, I'm not even sure how it happened, but they ended up on my Spotify playlist. And as soon as I heard their song, their recent song, I was, I really wanted to reach out and get in touch with them. And that song is Fetching Pitchfork, which is a really cool tune. And I'm going to play that for you as well during our chat with Mark. We're going to get to know Mark a little bit here. But their music is really, really cool. It touches on political and social observations with a bit of storytelling humor. It's really good music. I've really been enjoying listening to them this week. So please welcome our guest, Mark McGee, to the show, guys. Yeah. Here we are. Let's see, get the audio up and running. Hey Mark, how's it going, man? Can you hear me well?
Yes, I can hear you, mate. I just need to turn the other computer off. Yes, I can hear you.
There we go. Happy days, man. I love the fact that you have a professional mic. You've got a lovely boom going. You got great headphones. It delights me to get that once in a while.
Yeah, it's not often that I'm described as professional, but just at the start of the lockdown, I realised that my life was fucked if I didn't get a recording set up and an ability to do my podcasts and record music from home. So thanks to More Famous and all our patrons, we managed to make it happen, and it's kept me busy, that's for sure, mate.
Awesome. Did you have a podcast before the quarantine, was this something recent?
Yes, but it was a different beast, completely different beast. It was an audio podcast, and the format was different. It was more like maybe a couple of times a month, maybe 4 times max, twice or 3 times, and it would be like maybe an hour of skits and maybe commenting on what was going on in the world, followed by an extended interview with someone. So it was like, you know, a lot more thought went into music, special effects, that kind of thing.
The production
so now
is
it's
higher.
completely different. Now it's lockdown began, and I was worried that the people would stop listening to the podcast, and I thought I need to do more. I need to give my, my supporters more value, and also I like staying connected with people because I'm quite a social person. I'm out and about a lot, so I just went, I'm going to do it every single day, and I've done that practically every single day since the beginning of lockdown. So we've done about 50 or 60 shows, I think, since March the 23rd.
Wow, fair play to you.
And it's all been video. So some of them are in 90 minutes, and some of them are we went way up to 5 hours when we get carried away.
It does happen, yeah.
Yeah, it does happen, mate. So but it's been a very strange and interesting time, and
That's for sure.
but it's been really good to connect to people, and it's just you know yourself, man. It's like there's something still in my head. I still, I could talk to anyone from anywhere in the world. Yet I keep booking people from round the corner from me.
Yeah.
And I need to realise that, wait a minute, we can talk to people.
We have the option to
Ireland.
Yeah.
Fucking hell, Ireland.
Yeah. It's amazing. And same with yourself, like, because I naturally, I'm a musician myself, right? I'm a drummer and I play in a few cover bands and I manage bands. I'd be kind of similar as to yourself. Like I'd manage multiple, I can see you have a lot of projects. I can tell by you as well. You like to manage different things and whatnot. You're kind of that kind of proactive dude that likes to put his energy into lots of things. So I'm the same, So it's funny how we're kind of linking together through this. And I accidentally came across you as well. I've no idea how you came into my Spotify playlist. And usually it's like Irish music because I'm trying trying to promote Irish tunes, like, you know. Well,
Yeah.
Initially, you know, as well. And I was like, this song is great. Who are these guys? You know, and I had to reach out to you. And I was like, oh my God, they're from Glasgow. How did they get into my playlist? I'm keeping you in the playlist, by the way. I'm not going to take you out. But
brilliant.
I thought it was
Well,
amazing.
Myself and members of the band do have. I don't want to sound like one of those Americans that say that they're from Ireland, but we do have family from Ireland. You know,
Okay.
going back to the south of Ireland. So yeah, kind of Irish.
Kinda
if it wasn't for
Irish.
Ireland, it wouldn't exist. So yeah.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
Yeah.
That's
It's like,
amazing.
you know, it's like that way in Scotland. We've got a newspaper called the Daily Record, and if you've ever drank a bottle of Iron Brew, then you're Scottish. So
That's what they say. Yeah. So of course now you're obviously not playing music now. Are you able to write or anything like that, or is this podcast just taking up all of your time now?
it's taken up a bit more time than I would like, to be honest, man. But I'm hopeful that it's, you know, a lot of the work's been the promoting, and it seems like now we do have a regular viewers tuned in. So I think it's going to take a little bit less time with the viewers. The technical side, touch wood, is getting a lot easier. So there was a lot of technical issues that I was constantly battling against that seem to have resolved for the most part. Promotion wise, if I'm really busy, I can justify just, you know, putting up a link to the show, and we'll still have people tuned in. So it's getting, I think it's, and also there's more people contacting me who want to come on the show. So it feels like it's less me trying to find people and stuff like that. So we're booked up for the next 2 weeks, which is quite a good feeling right now. I don't. It's a tough one, you know yourself. You don't want to book too far in the future because it almost feels like you're trapped a bit. Well, that's how I felt when I booked the last time. I booked 2 weeks ahead. I was like, oh my God, that seems like a lot of work. But I took off the weekend there. And I just think that by maybe just taking Saturday and Sunday off, it doesn't feel like trap. It's actually quite freeing to know that we're booked up for the next 2 weeks. I don't need to worry about that side of things for a wee while. So as far as writing goes, within the first week, I was like so excited because this is the first time I've ever had a recording set up in my own gaff. So I was like really chuffed about that. And I got about 4 songs recorded, just demos. And I was started off very productively, but I've not had time to go back since. So I'm going to do that. It's on my to-do list today. It's just been, I was talking to my friend Bram in Scotland. He's doing the Old Alliance, which is a Scottish hip-hop show that's in France, based in France. So I did an interview for that earlier on, and I did an interview for a documentary that's getting made by a girl in Czech Republic just now.
Wow,
so
awesome.
we're kind of doing a bit of that, man.
Wow, that's great.
So it's been keeping busy, but I'm really looking forward to just spending 2 days recording and writing, because writing wise, it's hard to write a wee bit. I think just one, I've been too busy, and secondly, it's really hard to know what to think.
Yeah, in this moment in time.
Yeah, I'm quite an opinionated person, but I'm just like, this is fucked up, man. I can't. There's so much disinformation going around that I think I'd be a bit of a fool to put something on record, you know, talking about what I think is happening, because I genuinely don't have a clue. But the other stuff that I recorded is just kind of was stuff that I'd already started. It's kind of, it feels like the right thing to talk about, but it's not specifically about it. Although if you listen to it, you'll think it's about it, if that makes sense.
Of course, yeah. And because your music is quite political anyway to begin with, right? The Gyro Babies is quite you do speak about sort of social and political, and you kind of you pick at it. So it's kind of in your nature, right, to sort of be like that, to sort of pick at the situation. So is it hard for you to resist that a little bit now? Because of course, and I agree with you, there is a lot of disinformation now, and it's so hard to know what is actually truth, and you hear so many different things, and you seem like an open-minded person like myself that, you know, wouldn't initially sort of buy into, let's say, you know, the information we're being fed because of historical sort of proof of it not being, you know, necessarily always truthful. How are you struggling with that?
Well, where I stand is that, of course, I don't just blindly believe whatever mainstream narrative you're being fed, but I also don't believe some random guy calling himself a doctor on YouTube. I don't believe that shit either. So trying to find what's going on is going to take a little bit more time, and a little bit more data needs to come out before I can, you know, there's no rush to take a side. Don't need to take a side right now. They don't really know what's going on, but I would just tell, I've just been, I've been getting a few internet arguments about it because, I've been telling my friends, like, don't fall for the bullshit on both, on both sides. There's a lot of bullshit coming from people, and I hate the whole idea that if you question some random YouTube guy that you are the mainstream narrative, that's a straw man argument. That's not a real thing. There's bullshit that's not mainstream, but it can still be bullshit.
100%, 100%.
And I think time's moving so fast. The news changes so much every day that I think, to pick it apart, it's going to be dated very quickly. So there's no point in discussing things on a record, on a song.
Yeah.
But there's plenty of other songs to. I mean, I think that we did our earlier stuff was a lot more specifically political. You knew exactly what it was about. And I think that the last album, Well, Who Took Utopia, was more. We avoided the specifics of politics, but we were just more drawn to the emotion of the human psyche. But obviously, it's still political if you're going to dig deep into it. So I think the tunes that I've been working on just now with Jackal Trades and Gyro Babies, there's a couple of both coming out very soon, is more about the human psyche. And we just released one. Jackal Trades is in my other band. We just released a song on Monday, which kind of sounds like it was written this recently, but it was actually written about a year ago. But it only came out this week, and it's not. That's more about sort of coming from a psychedelic look at sort of mental health and stuff, which technically isn't political, but my opinion is that everything is political at some level. Do you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, totally, man. I've definitely heard people say that everything. If you meet somebody and you're trying to have a conversation with them, oh look, I'm not into politics, but it's like, no, like everything is political as much as everything is almost sort of sociological, psychological. These are all real like pillars.
Yeah, just because you're not interested into politics doesn't mean politics isn't interested in you. Politics is very interested in you and your thoughts, and is willing to spend money to decide how you should think and shape how you react to things. So this is a very interesting time, and I think just right now, I think that people have just got to be out. We can't rule out that. I mean, where I'm at just now is that I think there is a virus. I think that proof to me says that there is a virus going about. I don't think that's a hoax. To me, it's very strange that I would say that to me, it looks like the propaganda seems to be coming from the media and the mainstream that we should all just get back to work. And they said at the start, it's not that bad a virus. Now it seems to be like, let's get back to work, it's going to be fine. Now, as much as I want to get back to work, and I watch these videos saying it's all going to be fine if we go back to work, I want that to be the truth as well. But I don't really trust the Tories, and they seem to think that we should just get back to work. So it's just, who knows what's going on, man.
Yeah.
Very interesting times.
Very.
But, everyone should be careful and take everything they hear, well, a pinch of salt.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're based you're in Glasgow now at the moment, are you?
Yes, mate. Yep.
Okay. How is it like over there? What's actually? Can you tell me actually? Just I know off topic. Well, it's kind of on topic, but off the topic of the virus and the current situation. What's the music scene like there under normal circumstances?
It's brilliant. It's really good, man. I've not. I think it's probably after London the best in the UK. But I've not been to all the different scenes, but it just seems like we've played in different cities in England, probably as far as we've got. And I just think there is something really good about Glasgow. It's quite small, and I think it goes to that state's advantage. So you've got different little niches every night of the week popping up, and there's something for everyone there. And I would recommend it as a night out, especially if you're Irish and you come to Glasgow, you will get treated well as well. It's just that there's that kind of there's a great friendship between the Irish and the Scottish. And I'd recommend Glasgow for a night out. I think the music scene is brilliant. It could probably be doing with a little bit more funding, and or the funding that does exist can maybe be spent better than it is at the moment, just to kind of take people from that next level, because it's really, it feels like there's lots of bands that just can become a bit of hard work. They can become big enough to play massive crowds in Glasgow, but it's like, how do we take them outside of Glasgow to the rest of the of the UK and Ireland and Europe, and just getting, I think it's just people seem to stagnate when it comes to getting outside of Glasgow a little bit. So it could be doing better, but it's an actual for a night out and for brilliant new music, then Glasgow's amazing. And if anyone's curious about the scene, then do check out my show pretty much every night at 7 o'clock. It's called You Call That Radio, and it's not just Glasgow. We do all over Scotland and all over the world. We'll have people guests on from every walk of life. But just because my background is Glasgow underground scene, whether that's rock music, punk, techno, hip hop, it's just that's where I'm from. So I know more stuff and more interesting people in this area. But yeah, if anyone wants to, and also, man, I'd be really interested to hear any tips you've got for the Irish music scene, because I think that's one way that we could really improve both our scenes, is by coming together and doing more gig swaps without there being a middleman record label getting in the way, taking their cut.
100%, man. I'd love to arrange something like that, because I don't know how, like in Glasgow, but it's quite, there's so many bands in Dublin, man. It's so, people would say it's oversaturated, with so many different genres in a beautiful way. So you're going to have music every single night of the week in Dublin. And the main issue is quite simply the same as what is happening in Glasgow and possibly in so many other cities across the world or countries, where there is no institution basically set up. Legit, like whatever it is, there's not enough institutions, or there's not enough support from wherever it can be, the government or companies, let's say record labels, to help musicians get to that next level. So there is that huge situation where a lot of them are staying sort of on that sort of low end exposure level, and are depending on, unfortunately, these Spotify playlists and everything to go digital. Everything is like, now how can it's easier for things to track around the world in a way, but that means that there's a lot more saturation as well with regard to that. There's so much music, how not everybody can get a chance to hear it. So how do you surface to the top amongst everything else?
Well,
and
I
it's
think
the same.
we need curators like yourself, that playlist you're doing on Spotify. I think we just need to find a space for curators who have a good sense of not only good music, but who is actually willing to put the work in, and they can actually. I see a lot of money being spent on bands who actually don't really. It doesn't. They don't bleed rock and roll. They're just like, they're doing it for something to do. Maybe get a girlfriend and then just quit. And I think that sometimes I think there's a lot of class issues as well. It's very easy to just be middle class, get yourself the best of gear, spend money on good graphic designer, good flyers, and create this thing with a lot of money behind it. And then, but when it comes to it, the music isn't good enough to last or touch that many people.
It's too plastic or whatever. Yeah, it's missing the soul, perhaps.
You can buy success up to a certain point. You know what I mean?
You're right, actually. Yeah, that's an interesting
it's
point.
fake. It's fake. And unless the music's really good, then people are just going to go into the next thing, the next shiny thing.
Did you did some gigs in Australia? Did that happen? Was it?
No,
Okay,
that didn't happen.
Oh, I must have read that on a different somebody else's blog.
We went to South Korea with the Twistettes. That might be. I don't know if that's maybe what it is. But yeah, no. Pretty much we've been stuck in Scotland and occasionally England. We love Manchester. Manchester seems to have taken us to their hearts. But that's about it. Lindisfarne Festival in the north of England. We have a great time down there. We did go to London at the very start when we were very young and naive, and we played 5 gigs in 4 days, and we got very drunk, and it wasn't very good. And we weren't very good, and we had a random new bassist on guitar in the band, and that was a kind of learning experience. But great fun to go down to London. But yeah, I think if we went back to London now, we would have an actual clue about what we're doing. But there was plans to go to London in August. There was plans to we're going to Poland, we're going to go to Germany, we're going to go to Holland. We were making all these plans for August. It was our first ever European tour. But obviously, that's not happening anymore. So we'll just hope that maybe next year, 2021, we can revisit that. Because it's something that I would really like to do as the final kind of thing for the bucket list. I think our band's achieved much more than I could have dreamed possible. It's been an amazing journey, and just it's opened so many doors. I've met so many brilliant people, and I love it. And I think that the one thing I'd like to do is just play to some far-flung areas, and that would be it. That'd make me delighted.
Awesome. Amazing, man. Yeah, I wish you the best with the tour. I mean, that's something that I would love to get into. It seems like a lot of work, especially, I mean, you are the booking agent as well, I take it. So you're doing all the bookings and the handling.
Yeah, man, it's a nightmare.
Yeah,
it's a
I'd say
nightmare.
so.
It's like I've tried and failed at it a few times. It's just normally you get everything starting to come together, and then you've got a band member who goes, "Oh, I can't do that day," or "I can't," or they don't want to commit to something that's so far ahead in the future. But in order to get paid, you need to, in order to cover your costs, even these booking agents need time to promote you because you're relatively unknown in these markets.
Sure.
So you need to give the booking agent time to promote you guys. And yeah, man, I think it's a lot easier if you've got a solid band that really believe in the band and they've not really getting distracted by anything else, whether that's it could be anything from other projects, it could be family issues, it could be everything. But I think if you've got a really good, strong band that just really want to take their music to the next level, then it's probably not as difficult as it has been for me. But my band are a nightmare, and they always have been. I love them, but they're a nightmare, and just try to get them to agree to things in the future has been tricky, and in the past it's quite been difficult. But the new way that I was doing it was because we have over the years found some amazing, what we say, I don't want to say backup musicians, I would say
Like deputies.
Alternatives. Yeah, deputies. Or deputy makes them sound less than, and it's not true. They're actually just as good. But yeah, I think by having that as backups meant that I had the ability and the confidence just to go booking.
Yeah, you have freedom.
I just went booking. I just went, right, I'm going to book it all, and I'll worry about if someone can't do the drums, then we'll get another drummer for that day. And I think that it was just a lack of confidence that stopped me doing this before, because of course I'm going to get a drummer who's going to go an all expenses paid trip to Berlin to play a gig.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Of course.
Dude, I'm a drummer over here. I do it with you.
Thinking that way. But that's the way I think you've got to do it. And then, and I reckon that once you've actually lined it up and you've got this amazing schedule of beautiful European cities, then I'm sure everyone will make it work. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
You'll make it work, won't you?
That's it,
You'll
guys.
make it work. You'll turn up. You play Amsterdam, won't you? You play it.
Of course they would. It seems quite far-fetched, I guess, and I guess there has been a lot of promises, and people are afraid to sort of. I guess it just seems so unrealistic, right? To some perceptions, people's brains. I mean, we're going on a tour next year, especially if one, especially coming from a small island, or I don't know, it's our psychology, right? Why did you have that fear yourself, like to go towards whatever you called it, but to say, I can do it with alternatives, as you call them, but it's like something we have programmed almost within the musical and artistical world where we are, because in the States people are way more fucking confident with their artistic approach, I think, from what it seems. I was over in California recently, and they approach it so differently. They're almost kind of like in a sharkish sort of way, whereas here it's a little bit different. Do you feel, have you noticed anything like that? Is there anything you can add to?
Well, I think the American way is that you can just get a bunch of people that you like, or you don't even need to like them, but you can just get a van together and make music and just drive up and down.
True, it's a lot easier to get around.
And then learn there's no airplanes, there's no passport issues, there's no boats. It's just like you can just drive, and I think that's that opens up lots of possibilities. Americans do seem to have a lot more confidence going on, sometimes misplaced confidence.
True,
even. So I think that's, but I think that. It's interesting to me, but when I've been dealing with European booking agents, is that all of them are very happy to speak to me. They'll check the videos out, they'll go, oh, this looks good. That to them, we've got some decent numbers now on YouTube or Facebook or whatever. We've got some decent numbers there. We've got some of the videos are really well produced by people like Martin Windybank, who's done a great job on them. The older ones are a bit rubbish because I made them myself and I didn't know what I was doing. But, over the years, we've kind of got quite some good stuff out there now, and the European bookers do want to talk to us, and I suppose it's a confidence thing, maybe being from a working class background, where you think, well, until someone gives you this stamp of approval, a magic record exec comes in, waves a magic money wand, and just says, gives you the stamp of approval, but there is no stamp of approval. You need to just give yourself a stamp of approval and get on with it and make things happen.
That's great advice, man. Yeah, absolutely. I guess it is hard to sort of work without getting the feedback where in one's own head, matters, right? You might get feedback from 100 people, but it mightn't be the feedback that one's own perception is expecting, which is quite the shame. And the best feedback one can give, or the best stamp of approval, as you say, is yourself, man. That's awesome advice for musicians out there.
Yeah, and obviously it gets, you know, you just by, you know, I've got a friend who just made a spreadsheet of, just looked up every single venue in Europe, and booking agents got as many as they could in a big spreadsheet, gathered it all and just went through them all one by one, and they booked their own European tour, 22 dates, just went, they're a couple, so it was a bit easier for them, it was just a two-piece, but they just went and did it, man. And then once you do that, you open up the doors to meeting various other contacts, and, you know, this is advice coming from a guy who's not managed to figure it out himself, but you know, just do it. You can just do it yourself. Not now, obviously. There's nobody's. We can
prepare for it now.
Any Irish or UK acts right now, but I think that, you know, and also we've got then there's the added complications of Brexit next year as well. So that's why I was just so determined to make it happen this year, because I do suspect there'll be a lot of red tape in the way, you know, from January onwards. So, but you know, it will happen. If it's going to happen, it will happen. I'm confident that we will want to return to live music, and we will want to see bands from different countries again. I mean, that's just that's going to happen. But I do worry that there's just going to be wee extra costs and red tape in the way that means that it will go back to that. You know, you need the label to take care of that stuff for you.
I got you. Yeah. Can you? I'd love to play a song for the. Having a great chat with you, by the way, man.
Yeah.
It's also awesome to connect. I'd love to play a song by the Gyro Babies. So this is your most recent one, is it? Fetching Pitchfork.
Yes. Yeah.
Awesome.
That came out on Spotify in February or March, I think. February the 1st, something like that.
Cool.
Yeah. We actually just made a video for it was our 10th anniversary for the first ever gig we played live in December. So I just thought it'd be nice to just do a new tune to kind of tie in with that. So we brought out the video in December. This tune came out on Spotify in February, and the CDs actually should be out in the next couple of weeks, which is a couple of bonus tracks and remixes and stuff like that.
Awesome, man. Well, I'm going to play it for the guys now. The Gyro Babies, Fetching Pitchfork.
Detected, witch hunt, activate, witch can demonstrate a trait of painting hate. Playing to the gallery, playing to the gallery. The fallout, the backlash, the knee-jerk reaction, self-righteous one-upmanship, a virus gaining traction. An anonymous avatar with emoticon left a tiptoe round the lava cause you ran out of character. The being mob with the digital pitchforks, face lit up in the dark with the sickly thick thoughts. Playing to the gallery, playing to the gallery. The being mob mobilise our pitchforks, chipped out the club, run off of the golf course. Playing to the gallery, playing to the gallery. Friends high five, his reputation swan dive, excuses more from flatline transforming into sci-fi. I'm not being funny, but it's cool, you're never funny. Anyway, rubbernecking at a car crash, the tribe provides popcorn and blind eyes, the death threats cause the others ain't human. Losing others' business, hands in cookie jar. Actors seeking drama, yeah, we know who you are. The being mob with the digital pitchforks, face lit up in the dark with the sickly thick thoughts. Playing to the gallery, playing to the gallery. The being mob mobilise our pitchforks, chipped out the club, run off of the golf course. Playing to the gallery, playing to the gallery.
right, that was the Gyro Babies with Fetching Pitchfork, and I'm here with the awesome Mark McGee. Let me just unmute you, Mark. I think I have you muted. Let's see if I can get you back on the mic.
Yeah.
There
Cool.
we go.
Yeah,
there
I'm
we
back,
go.
I'm back.
Awesome. And yeah, the first verse, right? You mentioned Virus with Attraction, which is
Yes, anonymous, anonymous avatar. A virus gaining traction. Yeah, I do. I got it. You know, that's one of those things. It's like proof that I knew something. The Illuminati.
Yeah,
all that
man.
stuff. I seen there was a guy who, a rapper who predicted a virus in 2020 back in 1912 and not 1912. That'd have been good. No, in about 2012.
Yeah.
And everybody's saying that proves that he's Illuminati, and he knew that this was all going to happen.
Yeah,
but I think it might just been that it rhymed better. But I don't know.
Yeah, it's mental. Like, I guess, like, it's sort of like, you know, people talk as well of, well, people, but you know, some scientists, let's say, or, you know, I think Musk mentioned it, of course, mainstream wise, that, you know, we could be living in a simulation and all these kind of, you know, sort of.
Yeah, I like that. I like that chat.
Yeah.
Like I said, I don't believe that chat, but I like that stuff. And I think that. But as a writer, it's quite common that you write something that then becomes true or it becomes relevant, and that's been happening for years. It could be down to the fact that the more you write, the more likely you're going to hit some gold. You know, we don't talk about the stuff that didn't come true. You know, it's basically got an infinite chance to come true in the future at some point. So I think there's that, but also there's maybe something more mystical that we're tapped into, something in the muse is like this, I don't know, something beyond our, something that we can understand, and it's so we're tapping into something, and that's where the arts and the music and the words all come from, some sort of weird alien language that we tap into when we're in the zone, but it could just be pure luck.
Yeah, it's hard to know, I guess. I mean, it could be from a different dimension, right? Or if we're tapping into our subconscious, and then you talk about like practices like meditation and all these kind of things that sort of take our perception to a different space, right? So when one is creating art well, I guess you can create art in many different ways. Logically, you can create art, right? But in the creative side of your brain, there's sort of a different, perhaps more stream of consciousness form of art, right? And how would you write your songs? Like, is there a method to sort of, is it consistent or does it change depending on the year or mood of yourself?
Oh yeah, very very much changes. The consistent for me is I try and write lyrics all the time.
Lyrics are first for you.
Sorry?
Lyrics are first for you.
Well, you know, it's just I write lyrics all the time. Sometimes just the random hip hop instrumentals, but I'm always writing lyrics, and then we go into I never end up using the lyrics, but I think it's just important to it's like training for a fight. You're just so you're fighting fit. So then when you have a really good idea or you're jamming with someone, it's like it just all the words just come together very quickly and very well in most cases. And then there is an element of editing later on that happens, but with the Gyro Babies, there's quite a lot of band members, there's quite a lot of collaborators. So that song just there that you're hearing, Fetching Pitchfork, that was Joe Dark, who's also in a great band, check out, called the Twistettes. They're actually on our show on Friday night. So she came up with the bass line. I wrote the lyrics to it, that bass line. And then we brought the rest of the band in, the band that was playing all the festivals last year with us. You know, George added some guitar, Rory added some synth in there, and we got a little bit of backing vocals from Sev and Becky. And massive shouts to Ants from the Mickey Nines, who actually produced it all. So that's one example, but there is no really a set way of doing things with the band anymore. But usually I like to collaborate. You know, I really need to collaborate as well because I'm not a very good at any instruments. But I kind of wake up with melodies in my head, ideas in my head, and words. And I've been very lucky to collaborate with loads of talented musicians over the years who are up for doing it. Also,
how do you transfer like a melody that's in your head? Would you hum it or do you play it on an instrument?
Well, I used to do it on a synth, or I could do it, or I could hum it, But I mean, to be honest, that was in the early days. That's how we did it with. But now, what I tend to do is I'm actually I'll go in with just no notion of what it's going to be, and I really enjoy. That's my favourite part, is collaborating with someone live. So hearing a bass line that I've never heard to before, and then feeling the rush of having to write, and a little bit of pressure as well. Right, I've got to try and write something good to this.
Sure.
Or someone sends me something over, and I could easily use something that I've wrote already that I quite like, but I just want to write something new for this particular track, because it's almost like my brain thinks I'm cheating otherwise, which is a lot of nonsense. Like sometimes I think I can't use that lyric because I've used that lyric before in a poem that no one ever heard, 5 years ago, and I'm like, so I'm starting to get over that and go, well, I can actually steal my own lyrics that no one's ever heard before.
Yeah, interesting.
But I've always felt like it's kind of cheating. I feel like, no, you've got to write something completely fresh for the song. But I'm kind of trying to sort of,
just get past that mentally, right?
Get
It's a
past
block.
that.
Yeah.
You're allowed to steal your own material. I think that's fine.
Yeah, I guess I like the advice as well of just consistently writing. It's like training your brain and putting your brain into that frame of mind to be to constantly create words.
It's practically the only kind of keep fit I do.
That's interesting.
So it's just like, yeah,
that's awesome. I know you have an interview after me, so I don't want to keep you any longer because it's 20 to 7. So is there anything else you'd like to close off with? Is there anything else you'd like to tell us a bit about the Gyro Babies? Anything? I know it's kind of hard to promote stuff, but
yeah, we've got. Well, I mean, we're on Spotify. We're on all of them. It took us a while to do that because I don't agree with Spotify. Like, they just spent 300 million in Joe Rogan last night.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, crazy.
They've got money. It seems like they've got money, but they don't seem to be willing to share that money. Most of the artists, I think they make good deals with. I think the Beatles got a better deal than we got. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I had to give up just because Spotify, the app, works really well, and I think that the algorithm thing that they use to find the mixes are quite good, as long as you've got the premium. So they have got a good app, and it is cheap if you're a user of the app. So I thought that's where a lot of our listeners are, and a lot of the listeners were demanding that we come on Spotify. So I think I just gave up in the end and just put everything on there. But the best way to support us is by going to the gyrobabies.bandcamp.com, where you can buy everything direct from us. And there's also a couple of vinyls left. Sorry, not vinyls, I'll get into trouble there. Vinyl. There is no plural of vinyl, it's just vinyl. But yeah, there's a few of them left if anyone's wanting one of them. And there is Fetch and Pitchfork, the song you just seen, is coming out in CD this month, and it's got some bonus remixes and a track that just came back to me today called Brains Telling Lies that nobody's ever heard before, ever. And that's quite a fun song because it was actually a hook that I wrote 10 years ago that never got recorded. So that's me. I thought it'd be quite interesting to take a hook that I wrote 10 years ago that no one's ever heard and mix that with verses that I wrote this year.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
So that's kind of like, I just wanted to celebrate 10 years. I would try and do that, and it would help me get over my whole, you can use it. Because it's something quite good about the stuff I wrote 10 years ago. It was a lot simpler, but it was also more direct. Now, you've got to, and I don't want to, by trying to become a better writer and make things more thoughtful, you can also make it more complicated and shit. So I just want to try and find that happy middle ground. But yeah, that's just it. And what you call that radio, we're on every night at 7 o'clock. My other band, Jackal Trades, has got a new video out this week.
Awesome.
So check that out. It's called The Wraith with the Somatic Astronaut. And Jackal Trades is more of a kind of hip-hop stuff. So it's kind of more weird electro, hip-hop beats, just banging beats.
That's more recent project, is it for you?
Both kind of been going simultaneously, but Jackal Trades is newer than the Gyro Babies. Gyro Babies is about 10 years. Jackal Trades is about 4 years, I think. But both have they run simultaneously. Usually, like 2 years ago, I took a year off Gyro Babies and just did Jackal Trade stuff. And then it was really fun to do that, because then when you come back to the Gyro stuff, you're like, oh, these songs are fun to sing again, because I hadn't sung them for so long. So yeah, I think they both live forever among each other, that as long as I'm alive. And maybe even a new one. Why not just throw a new band in there just to confuse things?
Yeah,
but yeah, I think it's good. I think it's good to have different projects,
like
as well.
alter egos, almost, right? As a singer or as a writer.
It's confusing, but it's fun.
You seem busy, man. It's great. It's great to see someone super busy.
Yeah,
during
mate,
these
I'm
times.
very, very busy. But yeah, I think that I will be trying to concentrate and just taking a bit of time to write and record, because that is the therapy, man. I was just listening to that new video that came out this week. I wrote that a year ago when on the day I got really bad news. And it just so happened to be on the same day a somatic astronaut sent me a beat and went, can you do something with this beat? And I just wrote 2 pages, maybe 3 pages, probably 2 pages after you edited all the rubbish bits out. And it was just total therapy, and it felt like the world did just take, a big lift off my shoulders. And then I just seen it today coming out in a beautiful video that Martin Windybank made. It's just quite therapeutic to go, yeah, you know what I mean? Got through that. There's some tough times we're going through. But I recommend anyone who can write should write.
Yeah,
and,
for sure.
And are you on? Have you got another show after me now?
Yeah,
well?
I have one guest. I have a guest now after you as well. Yeah, but
Cool.
we're going to close off with a performance as well and things like that. So yeah, I
Brilliant,
usually
man.
do 4.
4 a day.
4 a day.
Hardcore, mate. I appreciate.
Well,
that's
4 twice a week. I'm not every day like you, man.
Yeah.
No, I couldn't do 4 a day. Jeez.
No, it's quite a good way to do it, man. It's something that I've been thinking of. Once
Yeah.
the live stuff comes back, then there's no way that I'm going to be able to. I won't be able to handle doing them as many.
Yeah,
as I'm
you've
doing.
got
So I
your other
thought
projects start again.
So
yeah.
maybe just having like a big Friday night where we just get maybe like 4 or 5 guests on just in one big show is something
Yeah.
that I was already thinking about. So great idea, man. Keep up the good work and give me a shout if you ever fancy coming onto my show. 'Cause
I'd
I'd
love
love to hear more about. And please send me links to any Irish bands that I should be checking out, because I'm always interested in hearing new music.
Definitely, brother. Yeah, no, first of all, yeah, thank you so much for taking the time and coming onto the show. It's great to get to know you and meet somebody from Glasgow. You know, I don't think I've never been to Scotland, first of all, so it's just absolutely
Get
awesome.
over here, man. You love it. You love
I'd
it.
love to,
We'll
I'd
do
love
it.
to.
We'll arrange. Let's do a home and away leg. You get some bands. I'll get some bands, and we'll do a swap over tour once we're allowed to do it again.
I think that's a great idea. No, and I really mean it. I think that's
Yeah.
it's
No,
really good.
I mean it too, mate.
Yeah, awesome.
I don't say it. Do it. Let's do it.
Deadly.
Cool.
Can you send me the new music video as well that you've released? I'd love to play that this Saturday as well with
Yes.
your other project. So
Yep, no
please
worries
send me
at all,
over
man.
stuff.
It's, if anyone wants to check it out, it's jackaltrades.bandcamp. But Jackal Trades is also on Spotify as well.
Excellent.
But I'll send you the new video just now in a message, mate.
Awesome.
Good luck with the next show, man. I better head off to now. That's I've got Jenny Lindsay, who's an amazing poet, coming on next.
Awesome.
So
Awesome, Mark. It's an absolute
care,
pleasure, brother. Take care of
much
yourself.
pleasure,
Nice
mate.
to chat to you.
All the best.
See ya. All right, guys. So that was Mark McGee. Yeah, what an awesome chat we had there. Mark McGee, all the way from Glasgow. We had a wonderful conversation there about some of the projects that he's doing, how he's, what his plans were for this year. I really enjoyed that, guys. Let me know how you enjoyed that chat between us. I thought it was a lot of fun. Thank you all for tuning in, of course, on 5 platforms, guys. 5 platforms. By the way, yeah, definitely check out Mark's band, Gyro Babies and Jack All Trades, which I'm going to get a link for that as well. He also does his own podcast, which I flipping forgot the name of, so I apologize, brother. So much information, my brain can only hold so much. But you can actually find the link to his podcast through the Gyro Babies. Really recommend you check this band out and check out Mark as well. He's definitely keeping busy. So yeah, real pleasure getting to know him. So yeah, guys, how are you keeping? Is anybody out there? We've got a couple on Facebook. How's it going? Facebook chat. How's it going? YouTube. We got a couple of viewers there. Paul Archbold is there. What's the story, man? Yeah, Mark's like a Scottish version of me. I guess he is. Jays, I'd hope to be achieving as much as that guy. He's definitely got a lot more under his belt than me. But yeah, it would be amazing to have the kind of work that he's getting. But yeah, you heard it from Mark himself. We're going to do some gig trades. So, yeah, if anybody, any musicians out there are interested in heading off to Scotland, and if there's any venues or promoters out there that want to work with me and bring over some Scottish bands, we can do a little exchange. I mean, it's not that far away, and Scotland is meant to be absolutely beautiful. And you heard about Glasgow from Mark himself, what it's like over there for the music. So it sounds like an awesome place. to chill out and go out on a night out, you know, in the town and listen to some great tunes. So it's awesome. It's great. I'm delighted we got to get a bit of that culture exchange there, guys. Angela Doherty, you call that radio? Well, I hope that's a compliment. Appreciate you tuning in. Great tune. Love this track. Awesome. I'm glad you enjoyed that. Enjoyed that track. Great track. Gyro Babies. Yeah. Awesome track. And that song is Fetching Pitchfork, of course. So yeah, guys, we have our last guest. Last but not least, we got one more guest, and I can't believe the time flies so fast doing these shows. It's crazy. So my next guests are a Dublin-based ethnic electronic music project, and it's a duo project featuring Sandra Kwiatkowska and Marcin Ciszczon, yes, and I'm going to show you how to spell that later, guys. And this is where people that don't know of my Polish background all of a sudden get to know that I have a Polish background. Both of my parents are Polish, and hence why I'm able to pronounce Polish names so effortlessly. But back to the band. They're called I'm Your Dirty Sacred. Their music is influenced by ethnogenic plants and shadow work and their personal experiences in this game of life. So they use a combination of sounds of rainforest, electronic drums, African percussion, didgeridoo, atmospheric pianos, electric violin and flutes. And yeah, it's really amazing music, actually. I do recommend you stay tuned in. We're going to get a live performance. We're going to have a little conversation with them to start off, and we're going to get a little bit of a performance off them. Sandra is a vocal coach and does sound therapy when she's not performing, and Marcin is a producer, engineer and composer. So they've been doing some live shows, and I actually found some of their videos on YouTube, and I felt compelled to bring them onto the show. So please welcome Sandra and Marcin to the show, also known together as I'm Your Dirty Sacred. So give your round of applauses, guys. Give your claps, your thumbs up and your love hearts, whatever you can throw at me in that chat, and welcome our last guest to the show. And let's see if we can hear it. Guys, let me know when you can hear me.
I can hear you. Can you hear us?
I can hear you loud and clear. I just need to get your video on, and we're ready to go.
Just one sec. We're having a bit of a difficulties. The classic thing with a camera.
The El Clasico. Yeah, well, you know, it wouldn't be a live show if there wasn't a couple of glitches, guys. So it's all good. Yeah. We get used to these things. So I'll give you a couple of seconds. No rush, no pressure. If you need a hand, let me know. I think it always takes a couple of seconds. So
actually, I think we would need to disconnect for a second. So just bear with us, if that's okay.
Absolutely. And Angela Doherty in the chat, podcast is called You Call That Radio. I misunderstood you. Thank you very much for clarifying that. So Mark G's podcast, You Call That Radio. Nice one, Angela, for clearing that up. Guys, I'm going to mute you. I'm going to mute myself anyway, just if actually I can leave you here. It's okay. It's no problem at all. We'll keep you there. Keep doing your thing. It's no problem. I'll just check out the chat, and yeah, let's see if we can hopefully get the guys on in a couple of seconds. It usually takes a little bit of time to get some guests on. Everybody's working on different technologies, of course, you know, which is amazing. Actually, I have to say, it's amazing how we're able to all just link together. And I've been sitting down for 3 hours straight, speaking to people from all over the place. So it's wonderful. It's like speed dating, but for musicians, you know. So it's really cool. Yeah, let me know, guys, how you're doing. Give us a shout. Let me know what the story is if you're tuned in. Unless you just want to watch and not say anything, that's all well and good. You don't have to communicate with me. The point is as well, it's optional, you know. So, but if you are compelled to ask me something or ask any of my guests anything, you are more than welcome to do so. Yeah, let's wait and see what's. We'll wait a couple of minutes and let these guys come back in. So we got Marcin and Sandra from I'm Your Dirty Sacred. I really recommend you hang on, because this is a really, really cool duo, and it's kind of trancey with a lot of sort of rainforest and eclectic sort of instrumentations, and Sandra has a wonderful voice, and they released 2 songs recently, Vulnerable and Come Closer. So really good tracks that I got to hear today, and I went on a little bit of a Enya buzz today, you know, because I followed one of the Spotify playlists, and I love that, you know, when you find an artist and sometimes they actually create their own Spotify playlist, and I had a listen to that, and I kind of went in on a lovely buzz, listening to a bit of a chill out but powerful kind of music. So that's what you guys are going to get now in a couple of minutes. Hopefully we can get it up. We'll see. Yeah. So 5 platforms today, guys. Absolutely awesome. I'm loving how now it's so seamless now. I can communicate with all the platforms. It's great. So hello YouTube. I wonder who's out on YouTube. Do say hello. I wonder if Paul Archbold is still there. Shadow Man. Good to see you. Glad you tuned in. So Paul Archbold was reviewed our single of the week this week, by the way. So that was Fly the Nest, which was awesome. Okay, the guys gave me the 1 minute mark, so 1 more minute and we're going to get them on. So I was going to play a song for you because there's an endless amount of music I could play for you right now, but 1 minute I don't want to, just in case I have to get them back on in a couple of seconds. So yeah, what an awesome eclectic bunch of guests today. I've had really good conversations with Elga Fox today, a Dublin-based singer-songwriter, and she performed a couple of tunes for us earlier on. We had Paddy Mór, who is a Galway-based singer-songwriter who travels back and forth to Boston to perform Irish folk music for people there, and he gets an amazing response from Americans over there for his music. And then we had Mark McGee from the Gyro Babies from Glasgow. So what a lovely mix we're getting today. Absolutely love that. Love how we can do that. There we go. Hey. How's it going?
Great, thanks.
Ah,
How are you?
Great. Well, I'm
So nice to see you.
Yeah, you too. Very good to see you. Wow, it's amazing.
Finally.
Technology has been kind to us today, huh? It's not too bad. So tell me, guys, how are you guys keeping in the quarantine? How's everything happening for you?
Actually, really good. Really good.
Awesome.
Yes, we enjoy our time together. A lot of free time, a lot of creativity, a lot of music, a lot of love,
Beautiful, beautiful.
and beautiful weather.
I know, we've been really blessed.
Yeah, absolutely.
Marcin, do you feel the same? Do you resonate with Sandra on this one?
Absolutely, absolutely, 100%. You know, we have another guest.
Oh,
Maybe I bring him because he's a
please
member
do.
of our family.
Oh, I love
You
her.
know,
I love her.
he was meowing. So
So you guys have a cat as well. So Elga Fox,
Yeah.
my first guest, has a cat as well, and it's lovely to
There
have
he is.
animals. I have to say, absolutely good. So it's a boy or a girl? It's a boy, is it?
boy,
He's a
yeah.
15 years old boy.
What? He
Actually,
looks so
16
young.
years. Yeah, 16 years.
He looks very young for 16 years. That's adorable. That's lovely to have animals in the house. I mean, that's so funny. We're gonna start talking about cats now because me and Elga with my first
We can
guest.
talk about cats all the time.
I know
you
that's the same with me. Like, cause we can't have animals. We're renting, you know, which is fine, all well and good. I understand that we can't, you know, in our circumstance. You know, I know some landlords are cool with it, and I get it. I'd probably be the same. But it's such a shame not to be able to have a little animal.
that's true. That's true.
But we have little birds in our backyard. We have a little bird house, and we have little blue tits, they're called, and there's like 3 of them, and I think they've had babies, and we're having a delight watching them fly in, and they were building their nest, and it was lovely. Just
great.
it was like, yeah, it was just like, it's so much better than watching television, watching nature,
Oh,
right?
absolutely.
It's like super HD quality, like, you know, it's like 8K. So it was
Oh, come
awesome.
on, it's 16.
All right, 16.
No.
I'm being modest. I'm being
Tech
modest.
wasn't that. Tech isn't there yet, you know.
That's amazing. So you guys started out kind of with separate. Like Sandra, you started like you were focused really in vocals, and you've only recently gotten your coaching cert. So congratulations on that, by the way.
Thank you so much.
And
Yes.
and Marcin, you're more on the production side of things. Like you guys are like a match made in heaven for music, right? How did that all come about musically? Like how did you guys connect on the music level? Did you mix a song together and just see how it goes, or did you guys start playing live? And how did that process work on a musical scale?
Do you mean how we met?
I guess we could talk about that.
Because that's so connected to music as well. you know?
Absolutely. However you want to understand the question is totally cool. Where you want to take it.
To be honest, I could say a little bit about our meeting because I was waiting for this man beside me all my life.
There you go. Wow.
Yes, and that was my manifestations to meet someone who resonates with me on every level, and especially on music level, because that's the most important part of my life, singing music. And yes, and we met through Facebook, actually.
Amazing.
Funny
So
enough.
funny.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Isn't technology so kind to us sometimes?
Yes, and I remember when we were talking for the first time on Facebook, on Messenger, the first day, and he sent me his music on Spotify. I was like, wow, I'm gonna make music with this guy. He's so good.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That
So
is
I am the
amazing.
biggest fan of my boyfriend.
You are both biggest fans of each other, right?
Oh yes, absolutely.
That's amazing. Such an
Absolutely brilliant singer.
yeah. No, she is. She is absolutely awesome. And you're a really good producer. I mean, you're really good at making music. So it's so great to see that combination, right? It's like how much power it comes through a combination of a union, right? And you touch a lot about that. You know, you talk about sort of like the duality of things and things that, you know, you're saying that light and dark are kind of like, you know, non-existent in a way, or as important as each other, but also non-existent. Like the duality doesn't really kind of exist, and that kind of ties into a bit of your music style, right? Your philosophy. Can you talk a little bit about your now? I'm not sure if I'm saying this correctly, so please do correct me if I'm not saying it right.
Oh, you're absolutely right. Yes. Yeah, that is kind of our metaphysical explanation of things. Like in this reality, yes, we have duality. We live in dual world, of course.
You know, black and white,
Yeah.
yellow and violet,
Feminine,
good and
masculine.
good, feminine, masculine.
North and South Pole.
Yeah,
Exactly,
but
yeah.
like our philosophy is that one cannot exist without the other. Light cannot exist without darkness. Man cannot exist without woman.
Pretty much true.
Pretty much true.
Yeah, and
Awesome.
what was the question?
I don't even. I think we're just kind of casually chatting. There doesn't need to be a question even. But go with whatever feels good with
Yeah.
you. And it's just getting to know you guys, because it's so fascinating to kind of have musicians of your style. Because I don't always get to meet that, you know, especially in the Dublin music scene. You know, there's very kind of particular styles, which is kind of singer-songwriter style, or there's like typical rock bands. Have you guys found anybody that does something that you do in Ireland? I know there's like Enya, for example, would be kind of similar.
Yes, actually, yes.
Is
Yes, Clannad was my very huge influence in my life.
Awesome.
Of my style, and that can dance as well. When I was about, I don't know, 14, 15 years old, and I was living in Poland, I was a big fan of this TV series Robin Hood from Sherwood. I'm not sure if you have seen that one
Of
or not.
course, of course.
And there was music of Clannad. And I was like,
The
that
Hooded
was,
Man.
yeah, the Hood, Robin, the Hooded Man, dun, dun.
Amazing.
And that was my big dream, to live in this country, because that music, this magical music, has to come from very beautiful, magical country. So that was my dream back then. And then years after, I moved here to work, but I think the seed of music was planted. And that was the main reason to come here.
Amazing. It
Yeah.
was you asked for it and you got it. And Marcin, how did you? Speaking, I guess, on how you came to the island, because you guys are both Polish, so like myself,
yes.
which is amazing, and it's absolutely beautiful. But tell us your story, Marcin, if you'd like to share how you kind of came about. Did you manifest it? Did you dream about coming here? Or was
You
it an
know what?
accident?
I could start even like from 1994, 1995 when I was, I don't know, 14 or 15, something like that. I actually don't even remember what age I was there back then, you know. And I was making music on old school Amiga 1200 computers. It's like 16 or 32-bit. I don't
Wow.
remember. It's too old, you know. You got like, there was a software called Pro Tracker, right?
Okay.
4 tracks. You only had 4 tracks. You couldn't, you know, nowadays you can have a 200 tracks in a song, you know, that's no problem.
Yeah.
Back in the days, on that computer, you could have like 4,
Wow.
maybe 8.
And that was amazing probably back then, right?
Yeah, and I was making music with a friend of mine, techno, basically, house and techno. Then I kind of went into hip-hop, you know, and into funk and soul and jazz. I started teaching myself jazz piano, which is quite a difficult thing to teach yourself. I actually didn't know what I was doing back then. I was like, okay, I'm just gonna listen to jazz and learn that because, you know, if in hip-hop, producers use a thing called sampling, right? So basically, you use somebody else's song, you sample it, you chop it or something like that, and then, you know, combine it into kind of new element. So basically, I wanted to know, in any hip hop song I was listening to, I was like, okay, where is this sampled from? And back in the days, you didn't have really like websites like
You couldn't Google it or anything.
whosample.com. You know, the thing is, nowadays you can find it very easily. Back in the day, it was quite difficult, but still possible. So that led me into funk and jazz because most of those hip-hop records were sampled from jazz records, you know. And I was like, whoa, that's a cool music. I like to listen to it, you know. And because I wanted to listen to it, I also wanted to make it. But, you know, you don't produce jazz per se. What you do, you play jazz. So I was like, I love jazz piano. I was already playing some keys and stuff like that, but, you know, on a very, very basic level. So I started to teach myself, had some lessons back then as well. And that was already, I think, 2000 back then. And funny enough, the Robin Hood story, it's quite similar to me.
Oh, very good.
I believe many Polish teenagers would kind of feel the same about that because, you know, there's that hero story kind of thing happening in there. And I loved that song. Yeah. I to this day I love this song, you know. I just didn't know it's Clanat, and I didn't know it's from Ireland, you know. Yeah. So fast forward, 2005, a friend of mine called me. He was already in Ireland. He called me like, "Listen, buddy, do you wanna just join us here and blah blah blah? You know, maybe get some work and something." I was like, "You know what? Why not? just for it was more of an adventure, not like I was looking for work or something like that. I was more like, let's see what happens." And in 2006, when I was working here and staying here, making some music, I joined Sound Training Center. I was studying there, and then I was employed. And I remember a couple of things that have been told to me that, you know, about Clanat, very good things. And one of them was, the funniest thing was like a friend of mine had Clanat on vinyl, and he played that song to me, you know, and I was like, "Do you know Clanat?" He was like, "Do you know Clanat?" I was like, "Not really." And he was like, no, you know Clanat. You just don't know you know Clanat. You know what I mean? Yeah. And the guy played it on vinyl. I was like, "Oh, that's the Robin Hood song." So that's Irish band. Okay, I didn't know that. And I was like, okay. So you know, you're kind of a teenage, one of the kind of a, how do you say this? One of those stories about hero who, you know, who is a good guy fighting with the bad guys, you know. Yeah. You know, everybody, I think, went through that phase.
Everybody would like. I still relate to that, man. You know, I like the hero and then the villain. You know, it seems to happen so much in life anyway, right? At any age, it's very strong in our teens, isn't it? It's very strong in our early teens.
Yeah, and then I hear, it was made here. You know, like I was like, oh, really? That's funny, you know.
Studio, the musical
Yeah. I'm not sure if it was Temple Lane back then. Perhaps. I'm not sure if this is 100% true, but that was what I was told. And I was like, okay, wow. So I'm kind of standing in the studio right now.
Oh, they recorded it there?
Yeah.
Oh, amazing.
I can't really say for 100%, to be honest.
It's highly probable. You know, I could ask, I spoke to Moya Brennan's daughter last week, her 2 children and she's in Clanad, or was, or is, or I'm confused. She is. So it's funny, like, because they went on stage with them and toured with them and played in Glastonbury and played in so many different festivals with Clanad, which is amazing. I don't know if you guys see that interview last week. You should check it out.
No.
Oh,
I haven't.
her children are so talented.
Oh.
They're in a duo, and it's kind of like electro sort of esque music.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Yeah. We'd love to
Yeah.
meet.
Yeah.
We'd love to meet that girl. I think I
Yeah.
have her on Instagram. I just never connected. Like,
Yeah,
never
no,
talked
you
to her.
you should as
I have a common
musicians.
friends. I
Yeah.
have a common friends, Hummingbird,
Yeah.
Deborah and Suze, who know them basically. So it would be nice actually to connect.
Yeah, definitely,
And
definitely. Small
so,
world.
like,
Yeah,
exactly,
small world.
especially in Dublin.
Oh,
how
yeah.
it is. Everyone knows everyone pretty
But
much. But
another
that's
one
cool.
of my
Yeah,
favorite
yeah, it is.
Irish bands is Killa.
Oh, Keela,
know,
of course, of
Like
course.
every year I'm going
What
to
a
Killa
gig.
concert. Yeah,
What a gig.
Martin didn't know Killa and showed him like it was before Christmas, the big huge concert in where in Stadium
National Stadium. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, yeah.
That was such fun. Like
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
absolutely amazing.
They're a big band as well, isn't it? It's like a nine-piece
yes,
band or
yeah.
something.
And a
Yeah,
lot of
and
guests.
what a musicianship, like amazing, just top level musicians. I was blown away. I was, not even, the gig was so cool that they had those.
Show, yeah.
It was a show, as in, there was those like Halloween style
know, it was
creatures,
actually Halloween,
but it wasn't
Yeah,
Halloween.
yeah,
But
yeah.
on the gig there was like Halloween style creatures.
Like dress. Oh, it was. Were they
Yeah,
dressed
yeah.
up or? Okay, yeah.
Brilliant.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Would you guys ever because you guys are a duo now, and I suppose it's a lot easier to manage just two people, especially if you're like in a relationship, right? It's just so much easier to manage that. Is it? Sorry, can I say that? I'm assuming here.
Yes,
I-
absolutely.
I never officiated that with you, but I'm making wild assumptions here. But would you ever want to like expand or think about expanding to different musicians, or are you guys happy and comfortable with regard to having a duo set piece, or let's say if you brought it live to it? I guess whatever kind of live. Have you thought about, I guess, adding extra musicians? I suppose
Yeah,
is the
that
question.
would, like with the music production and our project, two of us is enough.
Yeah.
But to have some musicians, live musicians
It's always good to do that. Yeah.
in live gig would be great. Absolutely, I could imagine, playing us, singing us, and drums, live drums,
Yeah.
and
And-
all these ethnic instruments.
Yeah.
That would be
Yes.
amazing.
A lot of
No,
beautiful
it also
sounds.
depends. I think it also depends on the size of the gig. Like if it's
Oh,
a big
yeah.
stage, then it's easier to accommodate 10 people. Let's say if it's a small stage, then obviously accommodate 9 people would be much more difficult. I used to play in like 9-piece band or 7-piece band, depends on the gig. It was funk music or a little bit jazzy, acid jazz, that kind of thing. Years ago, basically 2007, 8, 9. And I remember it wasn't easy to manage all that. I wasn't managing them, but this is how I also met so many friends in here through that band, because all of them were musicians from New Park, like Jess from Bark.
Oh yeah, yeah. Huge jazz college, yeah.
Eamon, Tommy from Bark, pretty much all the Bark. You know those guys, and you know the band as well. Steven as well. Neil I met the other time basically, but I made so many friends back then, before 2010. Especially from New Park. So a lot of good jazz musicians that try to play different things rather than jazz as well. So obviously jazz gigs were there, but also funk, also a bit of a hip hop, and all that.
Yeah.
But
Sorry, go on. Yeah.
speaking of, having a bigger band, yes, if it's possible.
It can be a headache to organize, and of course you guys will be the ones that have to manage it this time, right? Because you are the core creators, and so you have to be sort of in that management role. So it can be a little bit tricky to get, like, let's say even the basics, trying to get everybody on the same schedule. My band, Grand Theft Audio, is a 9-piece band. It's a cover band, granted, so at least people know sort of what they need to play in advance. You just learn the songs as is, but it's still so difficult to get everybody into practice, which is totally normal because like everybody has their own lives. I'm not expecting, you have to get here, but it's so difficult. But it's amazing. It's very convenient and great that you guys can both work together. You look like you have a great setup behind you there, some good speakers and a laptop and a mixing desk and all that, and it's great. And then Sandra, you have your beautiful heart singing, as you call it. Can you tell us a little bit about the heart singing concept, because it's really fascinating.
Actually, I came with the idea of heart singing it was like I think 2 years ago, something about in 2018 probably it was. Yeah, it was 2018. Actually, that was a long process of realizing that singing is my path. I was singing always as a child, as a teenager, and later on, and in different bands, different configurations, for different reasons, for money, for free, for God, in the church when I was 15 years old, for different reasons. But I wasn't really happy with my singing. I couldn't enjoy it. It was just performance usually. And I had a long break when I was studying here as an adult chemistry. Then I kind of broke up with singing, and I was thinking that I will never come back to singing again. That this story's end is finished. And then I started to, in 2013, I started to working on myself, to search for meaning in my life and searching for different, I would say, tools how to connect with myself again. I just realized that something is not going right in my life, and I was looking for something what would show me how to connect with myself, how to be mindful, aware, or maybe this way. And I started to meditate. I started to do yoga and practice Buddhism as well in 2013. And then at the end of 2017, I went for the first time to plant medicine ceremony, and that initiated very huge shift in my life. And when I was going in 2018, like whole year, I was going to different ceremonies, and my question was, what is the meaning of my life? What I supposed to do? I couldn't enjoy my work. It wasn't for me. I was very unhappy, and I wanted to find that meaning and that path. And like with the time, I realized that, my God, the singing was always present in my life. Why not to sing, and why not to go deeper into singing? Not only to singing, but work with the voice. And then I just was looking for some course, and everything was like beautiful synchronicity, because I met amazing people who were doing, like, is Andres Matarel. He's singing in band Bailo Salsa. I don't know if you know that song. Is like Celtic music plus this not Cuban, salsa
Okay.
plus Irish music. It's Cuban. Okay, sorry. Yeah, and I went to the vocal camp in Poland, and then next year I went to Voice Teachers Expo and realized, yes, I want to teach singing. I want to deepen that connection with my singing through technique as well. And that's how the process of becoming a vocal coach started as well.
Amazing. Because
Yeah.
you do workshops as well with people. You do group
Yes,
singing.
I do workshop. I teach vocal technique as well. I also do with people sessions to free their voices. If someone is afraid to sing, the session is more about freeing the voice than about vocal technique.
And it helps.
So yes, that become my path, and now I'm singing, I'm teaching singing, and I'm really happy and satisfied with what I'm doing.
Amazing. I'm delighted you found that.
Yes, me too.
And it helps people with projecting their voice. For example, if they're trying to make a speech or trying to speak with confidence, does heart singing assist in that?
I would say so. I don't teach how to speak, but I teach how to sing, and I also teach people how to accept their voices. Because singing is very natural self-expression for us. Is a natural human expression, same as dancing. And usually people that don't have problems with dancing. They just go and dance and they enjoy themselves. But with singing is something different. People are afraid to be judged.
Yeah, because I love dancing, but I can't seem to get my voice in the perfect frequency, perhaps, trying to find one's own voice. It's a little bit trickier than movemental stuff, because it's less tangible, I suppose, isn't it? The vocal sort of thing, and it can be connected to, of course, the throat chakra, of course, as well, which I guess that's why I was kind of thinking about connecting it with communication, right? And I wonder if there is a link between sort of singing and sort of the throat chakra, if but I don't know if there is.
I am not that deep into chakra system, but psychologically, yes, absolutely. Like our voice is being suppressed when we are kids, when we are children. We have no voice. We are afraid to speak for ourselves, and this ability to express ourselves through voice is being like diminished through years.
Such a shame.
So Yeah, it's a shame. And at the same time, I would say that singing is about a pleasure. Not about technique is very important and it's a brilliant tool to fully express yourself, but the finding the true joy and pleasure in singing, this is the number one.
Are you holding? It's fascinating stuff. Are you holding online lessons and workshops as well at the moment?
Yes, at the
Okay.
moment, like online.
Great, and people can find that through Heart Singing on Facebook.
Yes, heart singing that EU,
Dot
.eu.
that EU,
Perfect.
or Facebook heart singing.
Awesome. Guys, I'd love to hear you play a song. What do you think? Or would you like to chat some
Absolutely.
more?
We could play something, we could chat a
Let's-
little bit as well, you know.
Let's play a song and then we can have a chat if you want after.
It's probably not going to be a song per se, but it's going to be a little bit of a part of our set.
Yeah.
Because what we do is we obviously when we release music we have songs like the one that we've released first couple months ago, Come Closer, and the one Vulnerable, which was released like
A week ago?
or so.
Amazing.
You know, but live we decide to do more kind of a four on the floor stuff, still with a bit of an ambient vibe to it, and a lot of ethnic sounds like flutes, shamanic drums, congas, well actually not congas, djembas. What else is there? Shakers and all that kind of stuff, but a little bit more of electronic kind of a vibe into it, you know. So we
Awesome.
could do a little 5-minute snippet, I guess.
I'd love that. I'm looking
Really?
forward to
Okay.
this. I really am.
I'm
Awesome.
going to switch on our special effects as well.
So
Take
we
your
need to,
time. Yeah, do
we
you
need to we need to switch lights off.
switch lights off? I love this. I'm getting excited. Wow. Maybe I should take like a brownie or something. Just to...
Definitely that could help you. Okay, so we here. Just gonna turn on
guys.
the effects.
Yeah, take your time. Take your time. Guys, back home, by the way, we're tuned in with I'm Your Dirty Sacred. And this is Marcin and Sandra. Of course, if you have any questions, guys, do throw them in. We're having a wonderful, wonderful conversation here. And yeah, we're going to get some very, very interesting music right now. Wow, wow, wow. That was amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you for playing that. That's absolutely fabulous. Fabulous music. And I love the visuals. I love the atmosphere is phenomenal. It really takes you to a different place.
That's the purpose.
So you guys still have reverb. Could you is it okay to turn off the It's amazing. It's amazing what you guys are doing. It's phenomenal.
Now it should be okay.
It's still a little bit of delay. Oh, maybe it's okay now?
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Oh, you're still getting effects, yeah.
Oh, a little, okay. Good.
It sounds like you're from Venus, maybe, or Jupiter. One of those. Oh, he's from Mars. There we go. I'm glad we clarified that now.
Okay, it should be pretty much fine now.
Check with check with the thing. We're getting a little bit of an effect. We're getting a delay, actually.
1, 2, 1, 2.
Oh, there we go. Nice and crisp.
There we go.
Perfect. That's amazing. And like, how does your writing process work? Like, do you produce the beat and the music, Marcin, and then Sandra sings over it? Or how does it normally work for you guys?
I think it depends really, but usually we would kind of start from piano a little bit, messing around with the piano, and if not that, then it would be maybe, you know, we had what's the word, recycled one of my old cinematic productions. I was like, oh, maybe we should use that and make it more ethnic, because it was quite cinematic, but the vulnerable is the song basically based on that kind of idea. I was playing that to Sandra and I was like, do you want it? Like, we can use it if you want. I'm fine with that, you know. And then we were like, okay, but let's change that from cinematic vibe to more ethnic, and this is where it started basically.
Amazing. I mean, a lot of
Our live acts are a little bit different than our songs. I mean, in live act is based on improvisation mostly. Like, at least my singing.
Well, and a lot of
so
what I
you
do is improvise as well.
you would improvise. Did you improvise there for the singing, Sandra?
Yes, at the moment, yes.
Wow.
It's basically improvisation. It's difficult to sing all the time the same story. Like, I wouldn't remember that.
Do you think maybe that's a good thing, as in, like, for live performance, to at least do that to a few songs where you're just legitimately singing what you're feeling in that moment?
Actually, that's the best thing for me. I love improvisation. I'm very bad in remembering even my own lyrics. So singing.
I'm the same. I get you.
songs is
I get
so
you.
difficult for me because I can't remember all these words. So I prefer to create my own words. Like a lot of my improvisation is not only about the melody, but also about the language. So yeah.
The tones that you're using, the lengths of the notes, and it's very kind of like you have to really be in a good present sort of a present moment to be able to come up with something connected to the music you are hearing right there and then in the moment. Meditation helps, right? So you mentioned as well you were meditating and you got into yoga, and did that help you sort of bring yourself more into that, I guess, that ability to seamlessly be able to just sing something?
Oh
on
yeah.
the
So when
spot?
I was practicing meditation, basically that showed me that what does it mean to be in the present moment. And I think singing and a lot of activities is like meditation. Meditation is not only sitting on the floor and being with the closed eyes. It's about enjoying life as it is in the present moment. So singing basically is like meditation. You are just being here and now, and you can't be focused on anything else than that what you are doing at the moment.
Cats are good on that.
Cats are good for that. Yeah, absolutely. And tell us a little bit about then the ethnogenetic plants that we touched on recently, because you mentioned that, of course, as well, alongside meditation and yoga. And this is something we discussed prior the show to see if it was okay to talk about this stuff. And I think it's fantastically necessary to talk about this stuff, because these plants are medicinal plants. I believe in them. I have taken them myself, and it's definitely affected me in many ways. Can you talk a little bit about how your relationship is with them, and I guess you can relate it to music or anything you want in any way you can talk about it.
Yes, absolutely. Like the medicine plants helped me to discover as I said before, the path of my life. That my path is singing and working with the voice, and I want to help other people to discover their voices and their passion for singing, or just break up with the fear of singing. And I really like every lesson with every person just brings my energy up. Is something what I really love to do, and I really want to deepen that my knowledge and my experience. So this is the one of the thing, and a lot of areas of my life are healed because of my work with medicine plants. It's not easy work; it's very difficult work, and many times I was in very difficult place on the ceremony, in very dark place when I was touching emotions which I didn't want to touch. Very painful, traumatic emotions. But a lot of the stuff were healed, and I have to say that I'm in a way better place at the moment because of working with plant medicines. Yeah, it's beautiful teacher. Plants are beautiful teachers.
Absolutely. And Marcin, have you dabbled with the medicine plants yourself, and what are your thoughts?
Yes, and not only with that, but also in other kind of psychedelics, which I actually like to talk to about
Please.
to people, because there's a stigma of psychedelics being those illegal drugs and stuff like that, because they are Schedule 1, meaning legally they are illegal and you can go to prison and all that stuff if you're caught with one or something like that. But even LSD is therapeutic if it's taken in the right space with the right people, or on your own with someone who can look after you. That's how it started to me. I took about 250 micrograms of LSD, which is a lot for the first time, but I was told, and I read many like a lot about it. Basically, I wanted to change something in my life, and a friend of mine told me, like, just, dude, you know what? Do you want to change something in your life? Take LSD. I was like, no, you're joking. I was like, you're joking me, right? No, I actually don't. I'm actually not joking. So I was like, okay. I take the advice, but I'll research first as much as I can. And I did. And I have researched a lot, and I read the books. And you know what? And at the right time, the right person who was sitter for me and other people, literally came to me. I was like, okay, that meant to happen, And we tripped balls.
I was waiting for you to say that.
And it was difficult experience, because I can tell you, if you think you know what LSD is and you never taken it, you just don't know. It's like nothing before. And people say, oh, you're gonna take LSD and then you're gonna freak out and you're not gonna come back and all that stuff, which is totally BS to me. If you're prepared, if you know what you're doing, if you're not taking it in a party situation, which is, in my opinion, very bad idea to take any sort of psychedelics in the party setting. That's really bad. But yeah, and that changed a lot in my mind. Basically, I kind of became a more calm person as well. Bit of an anger and stuff like that. I just got rid of it somehow, But it wasn't like, oh, take LSD and you're sorted. It was like, LSD shows you what's wrong with you, so then you have to fix it. Or you don't have to fix it if you don't want. But, it was super emotional, like nothing before. I think it was most difficult experience in my life. And including even the death of my mother, because my mother died in 2014. And taking acid, that amount of acid, was more difficult. Yeah, but
Dinner is ready.
let's move along from acid, because I would say acid is great if you know what you're doing, but there are other psychedelics, and in fact plant medicines. which we actually want to talk about, meaning psilocybin mushrooms. I don't like the word magic mushrooms because it's, it kind of implies that they're magical and stuff like that. They are not that magical in my opinion. Well, everybody can think what they want. In my opinion, it's not about magic. It's about what's inside of you, very deep inside of you, and they kind of allow you to connect with your deep wounded child from your childhood, which everybody is, or pretty much everybody is. Everybody was traumatized when we were young. It could have been anything. So, for example, your parent could tell you something that you couldn't fight with, and you just have taken it as it is. So my parent is telling me I'm bad or I'm stupid or whatever like that, even joking, but back then it wasn't a joke for you, and that stays. Like those traumas, they stay, and psychedelics help to bring them into the surface. And then you can, once you see them and in the right setting, you can experience all that deep emotional states, like deepest possible, I would say. And this is where the healing can come from, because you literally, what you do, you relieve them in the way. And during those ceremonies, I'm talking about mushroom ceremonies or ayahuasca ceremonies. Some people could say LSD ceremonies. LSD is more, it's more of a, it's not the plant medicine basically. But as a psychedelic, it works very similar way, in my opinion. And basically, what can happen if that stuff surfaces, at least you will know in the right when you're in the right setting, you will know you relieve those emotions, those emotional states, and it will change something in you. But also then you have to work on yourself, which is the most difficult thing I can imagine to do. Like for example, relationships. I'm talking about like close relationships with your loved one. It's when you're traumatized, you can, when you argue with someone, you actually not arguing with that someone. It's just two kids arguing with each other, like traumatized children, because all we do is we react to the stuff that happened to us before. And I've experienced that after psychedelics, after taking some stuff and healed. And when I healed that stuff, I could tell you exactly what part of what I was afraid of. That, let's say, we actually don't argue. That's the funny thing. We actually don't argue. Like you wouldn't really hear like we shouting at each other and something like that. And that I believe, if not psychedelics, then I wouldn't be that way. I would be more reactive than responsive. Yeah. And I'm not saying you have to use psychedelics to go and like to get to that stage. It's not necessary, but it helps, and it helped me. I think it helped Sandra as well, and it helped literally thousands, I hope millions of people. Because the problem with psychedelics is that they are stigmatized. It's that bad thing. You take shrooms and then you go crazy and I don't know, jump off the 3-story building. Everybody knows that story. Like somebody did it and blah blah blah. But that's not shrooms that caused it. That's the bad set and setting, basically. It's the same with alcohol. You can get drunk and, I don't know, get hit by a car. Same thing, A part of that, I believe alcohol is poisoned, So. I actually don't drink alcohol anymore, that's... And, in Ireland, it's not really easy.
It's not, and being a musician in Ireland is definitely not easy.
And again, I'm not saying people shouldn't drink alcohol. It's up to them.
Sure.
Everybody has their own lives and they should be responsible for that. I've chosen not to drink, and that's fine, And I never would say like you shouldn't drink or you shouldn't drink. Like, okay, you do what you want. And I believe in this sort of world when you really want to decide what you want to do or what you don't want to do. Unless you harm other people, then obviously there has to be some law that will not allow you to do that. And all the ceremonies we had, Sandra had way more ceremonies, ayahuasca ceremonies than I had. But I think shrooms wise, psilocybin helped me a lot, basically. And we have taken shrooms together, like as a couple, and I have to say it's completely different experience. If you take them on your own, it's completely different than if you take them with your loved one. It's you actually become one with them. If there's any issue that you hold in your heart, like, you know, anything, it will surface. The such an amazing thing about it is you are not able to stop it, because it. I think from what I read, psychedelics work as a similar. In similar way, like as an amplifier, you know, like let's say power amp. It amplifies power, so you can amplifies voltage and current. So amplifies the power, so you can hear music on the speakers, as you know, very loud. That's the same thing, but it amplifies emotional states. So imagine you're in the pretty bad state, and that gets amplified, and you can't hide from it. It's impossible. And when you do it with someone you love, when someone you're close with, man, this is like wow. It's difficult, because anything that's, you know, that you've been hiding, or you've been not really hiding, but you've been afraid of, you have to face
it, yeah.
face, yeah. And then, you know, you are able to like become one with the other person. Like, can you say about that? Yeah. So like. At some stage, when Sandra was talking to me, I actually felt I'm talking to myself. Not she. She was talking, but I didn't feel she was talking. I feel that I was
There
talking
was no
to
separation.
myself. No separation.
no
You know,
separation,
hence the
yeah.
duality thing. In our reality, everything is based on duality. But when you're on psychedelics, and then that duality is gone. Basically, everything becomes one. Everything becomes very fractalized. I think forest. We did that in the forest, basically, which, you know, it's next level amazing experience, you know. But at the same time, because of the emotional states, it may be really difficult. But we helped each other. It was such a beautiful lesson that we have to get out of the forest. The forest was kind of keeping us until we passed that lesson. And we figured it out, as in we are both afraid, like a little children, like, you know. You know, people 35 plus years old, and we behave. We behave. 35 plus. You know. Okay. Well, you know.
It's already said. You can't take it back.
You know, and basically. We are scared like a little children, you know, because obviously all the emotional states, a whole bunch of them surfaced. And if you know what you're doing, we already can handle that. We could handle that, and we helped each other so much just to go through that experience that it made us even closer. Like it brought us even closer, which is such a beautiful thing, you know. I think it just worked, like it sped up our relationship a little bit, if you get me. As in, we went faster through some phase of relationship, and I think it's one of the most beautiful things I've ever experienced. I can't say for Sandra, but definitely for me,
same.
one of the most difficult and also most beautiful.
Amazing, absolutely amazing. That's a lot. Like that's a lot of information, and it's fabulous information. It's very important for people to understand that these psychedelics and these things, these medicines are medicines. These plants are medicines. They're tools. They can be tools if used correctly.
Yes, exactly.
In the right environment, as you're saying. Alcohol, unfortunately, yes. What happens is people are afraid when they take a psychedelic. They want to drink before.
Never.
And yeah, to ease the anxiety, and I've been in situations like that before myself, and surrounded by that, and it doesn't work. You don't get the lessons. It doesn't teach you what you could be taught. But a sober, clear mind, meditation and yoga helps to prepare one's mind to take a psychedelic, which is like a catalyst, right? It speeds up,
Exactly, it is catalyst,
which is amazing. Yeah, and so this is an amazing thing. Like, it's an amazing thing that we have in our lives. It's such a shame the way it's treated.
I agree.
But amazing story you're telling us about it, and how it's affected you, and how it's affected Sandra, and thus your relationship together, which is absolutely fabulous. It's so important. to share this information, and I'm so happy we get to touch on this radio show. So like, thank you so much for sharing that. You know, I'm glad we got to touch on it. Is there anything you would suggest to people like that are sort of struggling with, let's say, anger, or struggling with like the monkey mind or the ego, and they're kind of aware of the issue, let's say, but you know, let's say maybe they haven't taken psychedelics before, or you know, somebody that wants to better themselves, what could you say to that person?
I'm struggling as well with monkey mind and anxiety. It's not that it is gone, but it doesn't take control over me. And I'm in a process of learning that everything is about acceptance of yourself. So when I go into negative states of mind, I would say negative emotions. I wouldn't say bad emotions, because all emotions are part of us. So denial it's not a good thing. Acceptance and self-compassion, self-love, that okay, I'm experiencing at the moment this particular emotion, and that's gonna be over, because everything is it's not permanent. So understanding and self-compassion is a key to love ourselves better. Yeah.
I love it.
I would say, if there's anyone who basically wants to go that route, instead of, I don't know, going to psychotherapy, I would say get some person who knows that already, aka the sitter, who will lead you through it, because if you're lost, it's difficult, you know. But and there'll be a lot of crying like a little child, but that's okay, because it's also very healing, you know. I think the most important thing is to be in the right setting, meaning don't go outside to the people you don't know, don't do it with people you don't know. Try to set your mind in a good mood as well, and try set the intention. Let's say I want to heal myself, I want to find myself, because you know, we never really actually, you know what, we are never really lost. What we are losing is more of all this process of healing, emotional healing, is just going back to yourself, to you know, to your actual self, because society puts things on us, if you get me. You have to be this, you have to be that, you have to behave that way and this way, and do this and do that. You have to be a good and that, blah blah blah, you know. And I'm not saying everything is bad about society, because it's not. There's many good things, but also what I'm saying is you can unlearn things you learned to become a better person, basically, using that techniques, you know. Also, meditation helps a lot. Meditation helps a lot. Any of meditation techniques would help. But the set
Being in nature.
Being in nature.
Like my connection to nature was restored. I like few years back, let's say before 2013, I wouldn't care too much about nature. I would spend my Friday evening in the party or in the pub, or I would go on Sunday for shopping to shopping center. Now I couldn't imagine something like that. Like the forest is the most beautiful place for me, and that connection to nature was kind of reminded to me because of working with plant medicines. I believe that in these plant medicines there is a spirit, the spirit of the plant, and that spirit show you how to connect again to nature. So being in nature, that is the wow. Being in the forest for me is just amazing healing tool. I'm going to forest and basically straight away I feel like endorphins physically are being released in my body.
Absolutely. Walking barefoot in the forest, nothing beats that. But it's an amazing way to sort of ground yourself, they say, right? So you ground yourself, let go of all sort of unnecessary energy, dark, negative energy and stuff. It kind of grounds you a little bit. It's really nice to do. I'm not seeing enough of that's one thing I'm missing. Everything else is good. I'm just not seeing enough of nature lately. I've been working too much on this. But I can't wait. I'm very I have no excuses. I'm right beside the Phoenix Park. I'm pretty close.
Phoenix Park is great.
I have to go there. Yeah, I guess it was hard with the restrictions. You know, there's a lot of people there, and then they were they were trying to prevent people from getting in and all that stuff. But I don't think it's as bad now. But it's crazy what's going on, isn't it? It's crazy and it's amazing and it's beautiful at the same way. And everybody I'm speaking to, you know, everyone that I'm speaking to here, and I'm so grateful for that, is like they say, they're doing good. You know, everybody seems to be in a good space. Everyone that I've met so far, so it's such a relief to see that, you know, to be able to reach out and see that people are doing good and doing what
I
they.
think actually that we artists, because everyone is trying to cope with the situation in its own way, and artists, the way of artists we cope with difficulties is just through art, through creativity. So artists especially are super creative right now.
Absolutely, yeah. Because if you're not creating, you're destroying, isn't it?
Oh yes, absolutely.
Guys, I could chat to you forever. I could, I could chat to you for so long. Would you like to? I don't know if you want to play. Are we finished with the live music? Because it's okay. We can finish up.
You can play more.
Do you want to close off with a 5-minute set?
say so.
I think it would be
Yes.
lovely.
Why not? Yeah.
Awesome.
And we would like to really thank you for invitation. It was
Thanks,
a pleasure,
Oh, it's
an
my-
honor
my-
to talk to you.
The pleasure is all mine, guys. I'm so happy
And
you guys
thank you
came
to
on.
everyone who is watching us, and we would like to invite everyone to our pages and to support our music.
Absolutely, please do. It's I'm your dirty sacred, which
Yes,
is
I'm your
I
dirty
love that.
sacred.
I love that choice. Very good
nice
play on
name.
words. Yeah, very nice. So guys, do check them out. And we have Sandra and Marcin from I'm Your Dirty Sacred. Go to their page now and like it. They have 2 wonderful songs already on Spotify as well, which are
And
fabulous.
YouTube.
And YouTube, of course, yeah.
Yeah.
And YouTube, you have some live sets on YouTube. If today our 2 5-minute sets do not satisfy you, they have a 30-minute set, I believe, on. They have a much longer set on YouTube, which is great. So amazing, guys! Take it away.
All right. Cool.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to this again.
Hello. 1 2 1 2.
One.
Wow, 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 wow.
Thank you.
Absolutely fabulous, guys. Yeah, that's absolutely wonderful. Thank you for playing a second set for us. That's absolutely marvelous. I really can't wait to see you live on stage at a festival. That's where I would love to see that. Thanks so much for coming on to the show, guys. Marcin and Sandra.
For inviting.
Absolute pleasure. I'm your dirty sacred. Guys, please give these guys a follow. Give them a sub on Facebook. Give them a follow on Facebook. Is there anything you'd like to close off with, guys? It's been an absolute pleasure, by the way. It's been absolutely wonderful getting to know you. Is there anything you'd like to finish off with? Say anything to our viewers. Anything about your music? Any plans or any? You can even just plug where to go. It's up to yourself. Whatever you're
Maybe
feeling.
that at the end that our music is very much influenced by working with plants, connection to nature, and also by our love. And I would like to say, because a lot of nowadays music says that love is very unhappy and broken hearts, and I would like to say that not at all. Being with the right person and being in a good team is really, really, really great, cool thing, and it's the best thing ever.
I love it. And do you know what? I didn't mention as well that the filter is still on for the vocals, but I think it's so perfect. I just wanted to leave it. I mean, sorry, but
No, that's cool.
I thought it was very fitting. Is there anything you would like to say, Marcin? And by the way, Marcin, it's an absolute pleasure to meet you because we've never met. I've met you, Sandra. It's lovely to reconnect with you, and it's a pleasure to meet you, by the way. So absolutely wonderful.
Yeah, lovely to meet you too. What I could say for the like ending. I think in Ireland there's so much talent nowadays in any pretty much kind of genre. Some of genres aren't that popular maybe. Currently, urban stuff and pop is just like on the pretty much top level top level in Ireland, which is brilliant. I'd love to see more, really more cinematic stuff, really more world music as well, you know.
I agree.
I love electronic music, but it doesn't mean electronic music is the only music possible, you know. And I'd love to meet people who experiment a little bit more in any sort of in any sort of vibes, you know. What else I could say? Maybe I could actually say something about Diffusion Lab because I'm a part of it. You probably heard about it as well. Three lads, Chris, Ivan, and myself, we run basically a music production company that helped a lot. I would say it helped a lot in soul music, in urban music, in pop music. In Ireland, you know, that talent here is enormous, in my opinion. You know, it wasn't that way, let's say, 15 years ago. But now it's just beautiful that, you know, all what happens here, that creativity is like there. Hopefully that's gonna get better, and the Irish music industry is gonna get way better as well. And there's gonna be more shows. There's gonna be more really nice artists in every single genre we could think of. You know, I'd really love to hear more cinematic music and more ethnic, electronic ethnic, you name it.
100%, man. I really hope there needs to be more space for alternative music genres than what the conventional, what we're listening to, what we're used to. Because at the end of the day, the brain is just taking what it's being shown, right? So whatever is being placed in front of it, we start liking. So if there was you know, it's all down to these higher ups. Then they're the ones choosing the music, the radio stations and the labels and the institutions set up. So, you know, if you listen to a style of music, you know, you begin to relate to it, you begin to enjoy it and get used to it. So yeah. I hope that changes. I really do. And it might have to change from the bottom up.
It's in the process already. I think it's in the process already. It is changing. It's a slow, step-by-step kind of thing. But, you know, it's never going to just jump. It's never going to be that way. You always have to go through the process step by step.
Marcin and Sandra, it's been an absolute pleasure to talk to you guys. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you for everything. I'll be in touch anyway, and let's stay in touch for any updates you guys have. Send them on to me. You know, I'm going to keep doing this even after the quarantine. So do stay in touch, and we can maybe work together or do something in the future. It will be amazing. Have a safe quarantine. Have a lovely time. You guys look like you're having the time of your lives. So I'll see you very soon. Take care. Have a good day.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
All right, bye-bye. Have a good one. Cheers. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Wow. Sorry guys, I muted myself there. We had the wonderful Marcin and Sandra from I'm Your Dirty Sacred. Definitely check them out, guys. We had such an amazing conversation there about ethnogenic plants, meditation, and music connected to that, and relationships and self-work. And a lot of stuff in that, all wound in with music. So I'm so happy we got to talk a little bit about that. That's what this show is about. I really want to just make it as open-minded and open-ended as possible, and bring on a variety of different guests to sort of open your mind a bit, you know. And I'm opening my mind too by bringing in such a variation. So first of all, I would like to thank all of the guests for coming on. We had Elga Fox. We had Paddy Mór, we had Mark McGee from Gyro Babies, and then we had Marcin and Sandra from I'm Your Dirty Sacred, guys. Yeah, what an awesome situation. And thanks so much for all of you who have tuned in on all five platforms. We have somebody watching on each platform, which is absolutely phenomenal. I'm delighted that these platforms are being used. So yeah, we're back on Saturday. So only 2 days away. We're at Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 3 days if you want to think of it that way. So we've got some really awesome guests. all music related, and we're going to get some live performances as well. And also, just to make things a little bit more exciting for me, as if it's not already busy enough, I have opened up a Monday. I'm going to see how it goes, but I'm going to start on this Monday anyway. I'm going to throw in a sort of alternative show as well, which will focus a little bit on culture and some other kind of things. But I'm going to be focusing on American residents. I'm going to have 2 American residents joining me on Monday. Yeah, so 3 a week. But I'm not sure if I'm going to keep the Mondays. I'm just going to do this one on Monday for now, just like I did the Benjamin one yesterday. So I guess I'll throw one into the mix randomly that might be more culturally related, and it might just be one guest or 2. But we're going to have Eric, who's a director living in LA, and we've got Karen, who's a singer, and she also does empowerment workshops as well. So yeah, both from the States, both from LA, which are actually have been introduced to me courtesy of my sister who lives in LA, Eva. So maybe I'll get her on the show as well for the crack. I'd love to have her on. But anyway, I'll set up an event page for that so you guys are a bit more familiar. Maybe I'll have a shave by then. We'll see. Let me know what you think of the beard. I've never been a man that was able to grow a beard, but that's not important anyway. This Saturday, I'm going to set up an event page. I'm going to try to. Let me know what you thought about the later starting time. For me, I'm already getting tired, to be honest. I get tired after about 6 o'clock. I don't know what's wrong with me. I get up too early. But maybe this time is the one we should go with. Or should I go for a 6 p.m. start and then finish at 10, which might be a bit too late for me. But unless I'm, drinking a load of coffee or something, maybe a bit of yerba mate. But I could go back to the 2 o'clock on Wednesday. Let me know. Stay in touch, guys. Anyway, do send me your message. Tell me how you're enjoying the show or not enjoying the show. It's all good. Let's be real. And thanks so much for tuning in today. So I will see you all on Saturday. Take care.